statistical policies and activities, which are carried out by different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL, en el que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Estadística de las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones pertinentes. Desde su creación en 2001, la conferencia se ha convertido en el principal foro regional para la cooperación entre las oficinas nacionales y los organismos internacionales y regionales en estadística.
Buenos días, señores y señores delegados. Vamos a solicitar si pueden por favor.
Good morning, delegates. Please be seated.
Informed about their reality. To foster the development of national statistics and promote their international comparability, the Latin American and Caribbean region has the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The conference is a subsidiary body of ICLAC, in which the member countries agree on joint actions for the advancement of statistical policies and activities, which are carried out through different working groups and communities of practice, as well as high-level seminars. The conference promotes the generation and adaptation of standards and the adoption of best statistical practices, bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission and other relevant organizations. Since its creation in 2001, the conference is the main regional forum for cooperation between national offices and international and regional statistical organizations.
Hola, nos podemos sentar para poder dar inicio.
Please be seated in order to begin the meeting.
Las estadísticas oficiales son esenciales para que los gobiernos puedan implementar políticas públicas de calidad y para que las sociedades estén adecuadamente informadas sobre su realidad. Para fomentar el desarrollo de las estadísticas nacionales y promover su comparabilidad internacional, la región de América Latina y el Caribe cuenta con la
Buenos días a todos y a
Good
todas.
morning, everyone.
A
And
continuación,
now we will proceed with the opening ceremony of the first meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the America of ECLAC. On this occasion, this is a face-to-face meeting with some participants that will join us online. We're accompanied here, Marco Lavagna, who is the director of the National Institute of Statistics and Censuses, INDEC of Argentina, Mr. Rolando Ocampo, who is chief of the Statistics Division at ECLAC, and Mr. Stefan Schweinfeld, who is the director of the UN Statistics Division. And so now, to begin the inaugural ceremony, we will hear a few introductory words by Rolando Ocampo from ECLAC. Thank you and good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome you to ECLAC. It is a pleasure to be here with so many colleagues, also online as well as face to face. Mr. Marco Lavagna, who is the director of the National Institute of Statistics and Census INDEC of Argentina, and the chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and also welcome Stephen Schweinfest, who is the director of the UN Statistics Station, with us online from New York. And all are already making arrangements with Marco to have a meeting before the Statistical Conference of Americas next year, so that Stephen Schweinfest may be with us here in Latin America. It is a pleasure, Stefan, that you are with us on this occasion. Our first priorities from the national statistics offices, national banks, national agencies that produce official statistics, colleagues of the UN system and of the international and regional agents, friends of the statistical community in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas on behalf of our Executive Secretary, Deputy Executive Secretary Mario Cimoli, and that this is the first meeting of the 22-23 biennium under the chair of INDEC from Argentina. I would like to refer to some aspects that we will be talking about at this meeting. The first of these are the population and housing censuses, particularly the 2021. As we well know, censuses are one of the statistical operations of greatest relevance that a country may carry out and a source of information that is essential for public policy and for an endless number of statistical transactions carried out with that information. I also thank the director of Solari for being with us, Simone Cecchini, who is with us here in person and who will be with us throughout this first event. And with the relevance of carrying out the census round recently, this has not been easy. Logistical and financial difficulties posed by the COVID-19 pandemic required postponing the collection and redesigning the necessary processes. The region has sought innovative ways to overcome these difficulties. Argentina is one of these cases. And so, today, some countries have completed their collection of information and publication of the results, and others are in the full process of collecting the data, and several are soon to begin. Therefore, we believe that this is an excellent moment to hold a conversation on the experiences and lessons learned that may serve as reference for the ongoing processes and help us to better visualize the road to be followed in order to continue censuses in future. The second topic that we will be addressing together with this meeting of the Executive Committee in the form of a seminar is a discussion on the necessary statistics in order to go beyond this. As you well know, GDP is a measure amply used as an indicator of development of countries. Nevertheless, this is not the purpose with which it was originally conceived, and so consequently, the GDP does not appropriately reflect aspects that are desirable for sustainable development, such as the environmental sustainability, social inequality, and respect for human rights. And in that sense, the UN General Secretariat, our Secretary General, has posed the need to look for new supplementary measures of GDP so that people may understand fully the repercussions of business activities, and that we may and must do better for the good of people and the country. To understand this, the UN system is carrying out initiatives regarding which we will hear more further on at the seminar and later in the processes ensuing from the Statistical Commission of the UN. And also we will address the process to update the System of National Accounts 2025 and satellite accounts, as well as various views on the type of indicators that are necessary in order to supplement GDP. As you well know, this meeting is the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The executive committee that is to review the biennial working plan carried out by working groups and other supplementary agencies. Experience in recent years with the working groups has been very positive, and at ECLAC we have considered acknowledgement and great gratitude to member states for their vocation for collaborative work and initiatives to lead to outputs that are useful to the region. We trust that in this new biennium, the collaborative work in the sphere of working groups, the group of coordination of statistics of the 2030 Agenda, and of the network of the knowledge transfer will lead to very valuable outcomes for statistical development and joint learning in the region. I would also like to take the opportunity to encourage participants at this meeting and asking them to make the most of the space to follow up on the activity of groups in order to feedback on the work being carried out and consider queries and concerns or proposals and contribute to the outputs of the EBN as fruitful as possible for the region. I would like to also highlight some novelties resulting from the collaborative work among countries, international agencies, and ECA. In the sphere of the Group of Statistical Cooperation for the 2030 Agenda, we will be hearing during the next couple of days the system of information for the constant updating of the inventory on national capacities for the production of SDG indicators, which undoubtedly will be a valuable contribution regarding the SDGs, and that meets a request of the Executive Committee in order to update or keep updated information on national statistics for the production of SDG indicators. In this sphere of the network of knowledge transfer, we also hear the creation of 2 new communities of practice that have been implemented regarding population censuses and follow-up on SDG indicators. This has led to a new mechanism for the exchange of experience and of information within the context of the conference, and that we're hoping that we, over time, may grow and be used for new themes. Additionally, the cross-cutting mainstreaming of the gender approach is essential, which has materialized in guidelines so that working groups may appropriately address these considerations, as well as the creation of an advisory group for the mainstreaming of the gender approach in order to accompany the work carried out by these groups. And within this context, in the meeting,
sobre los sistemas de información en esta materia.
Systems in this regard. This is a report prepared jointly with to have the auspices of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the Statistical Conference of the Americas, in order to bring together the two. And with regard to the statistical sphere, the paper Breaking Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030 will be an input for the construction of methodological guidelines that will contribute to a greater production of statistics and indicators of gender with greater comparability, relevance, and timeliness. And lastly, I would like to thank each and every person who has collaborated to materialize the various activities and who have made it possible to hold this meeting. And to you, of course, who are here, and the various teams of work at ECLAC that have been taking part in this, the Secretariat of the Commission, all the colleagues of the Statistical Division, CELAVE, and so many other divisions, as well as also the national statistical offices and central banks in the region, and ministries who take part in the statistical production, and the agencies, funds, and programs of the UN system, as well as all of country offices of the UN system present here now, and for their continuous contribution to the improvement of statistics and hence the quality of life of the people in our region. And so with this, I end my words and thank you infinitely for being here at this meeting. Thank you very much, and I wish you every success in the next couple of days. I return the floor. Thank you.
We thank Rolando Ocampo, Director of the Statistical Division of ECLAC, for his words. And now I would like to invite Marco Lavagna, who is Director of the National Statistics and Census Office of Argentina, INDEC, who acts as Chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to warmly greet the acting executive secretary of ECLAC, Mario Cimoli. Please convey him greetings, dear Director of the Statistical Division of the UN, Stefan. And I take heed of the invitation made by Rolando, so we look forward to welcoming you in Buenos Aires. I hope that you will be present. We agreed with Rolando that we will be welcoming you as soon as you arrive with a barbecue. We will not accompany you during the marathon, but we will certainly be waiting for you with open arms. Dear Director of the Statistical Conference of the ECLAC, Rolando Campo, dear authorities of statistical offices of Latin American and Caribbean countries, dear regional authorities of the UN system in Latin America and the Caribbean, dear officials and ECLAC officials for making this hybrid event possible. It's a great pleasure to meet up again and continue to discuss in greater depth the relationships between entities, organisms, and statistical offices. I believe that this community that has been generated are tremendously useful in order to improve the statistical system in the region. And as I said, just as Rolando just said, to help to improve everyone's quality of life. This opening of the 21st meeting of the Executive Committee, well, for me, it's a great pleasure to be form part of this opening session. So thank you very much for your the trust that you have deposited, that you have given me. COVID has left us with tremendous challenges, and we have been discussing this in the various meetings that we have held at a virtual level and some face-to-face meetings, and that has meant that all statistical offices face a tremendous challenge in terms of how to continue with the production and how we could continue to disseminate those statistics. In that sense, this enabled us to accelerate many processes that perhaps would have taken us far more years to incorporate new technologies, new ways to obtain data, new ways to train our data collectors out in the field, how we substituted that way in which we were working with statistics and adapt that to the new reality of COVID. And that led us to implement telephone-based surveys and implement web-based forms that were used around some issues. But COVID forced us and enabled us to expand that far more. And in the next panels, we'll probably discuss this in greater depth. But it encouraged us to hold population censuses and vital censuses, and enabled us to adapt. And basically, I would say that it enabled us to deepen relations between us, to establish this brotherhood, as I call it, within the whole statistical statistical system in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I believe that with the work of ECLAC and with the whole ECLAC team, we have, during this period, been able to strengthen ourselves and to institutionally strengthen this commission. And thus, the challenge that lies ahead for us is how we continue to deepen this. We have begun to recover a certain level of normality, despite the fact that we're still using face masks, but we are going back to normality. And what will be interesting is to determine how we will continue to establish and maintain these relationships, because face-to-face meetings enables us to be much closer. Let us hold face-to-face meetings, but let us not lose sight of the virtual cooperation that we must continue to hold, and this exchange between the different offices, which I believe enriches us all. The experience of all countries around different themes is tremendously useful for everyone. I would even dare say that we should not be afraid of sharing the mistakes that we have made during this process. When we talk about censuses, in the case of Argentina, we are quite willing to share with you all the experiences that we have had, the good things, the bad things, so that we can all learn how to improve, how to strengthen our statistical system. So, how is it that this brotherhood that has been generated can be maintained and strengthened? During the conference, we will discuss many issues. There are 11 working groups among them. I'm not going to mention all of them, but we will deal with issues such as labor informality, data stewardship, which is a very important issue when it comes to how we increasingly incorporated administrative records in statistical production, which is one of the major challenges that we face. How we also bring on board new issues that perhaps will not work on so much, such as gender statistics, how we strengthen that, how we incorporate, and how we discuss in greater depth all aspects related to geospatial aspects, Cepalestat and the Gateway are all clear examples of how we're able to work and how we can begin to use tools that may be useful for us to present information, tools that enable us to show the different issues with variant layers or at a multidimensional level. And the statistical system, I believe, can contribute in terms of providing information for better decision-making based on statistics. Challenges, problems, opportunities, well, there's a lot of that. I believe that we have to be capable in order to repeat what was mentioned before, and we must be able to share between us. And I repeat this over and over again because I believe that that is the most important point that we can take away with us, how we deepen this relationship, how we deepen these links, how we benefit from ECLAC, how we benefit from the tools that ECLAC has provided us with, how we are able to make the Cepalestat and the Gateway grow. That is where the challenges lie in terms of the growth of the statistical system. As from now, well, there are other things that are still not within the working groups, and perhaps we will look at that later on, or perhaps we could discuss that in the bilateral meetings that we can hold or the exchange in RTC, which has been an extremely useful tool in this whole process and is here to stay, and we must benefit far more from that. To share issues such as IT systems, how we use IT systems for the processing and collection of data in the fashion that we have to do today, I always mention the same example. How is it that we can work with social statistics, increasingly incorporating web-based and telephone-based tools? And this implies the development of software or IT systems. It is the exchange between us, the mutual collaboration among us that will enable us to maximize the resources that each one of the statistical offices have to devote to these issues. I think we still have a lot of work ahead of us in that sense, a lot of work ahead of us in terms of how we communicate. Statistical offices must understand, and a very interesting seminar was held recently, organized by Paraguay, around the issue of communications. And I believe that that is an extremely issue that we have to discuss how we adapt and communicate statistics within a world where the social media and quick information acquires tremendous importance. How we apply that to the population census. For example, how the media has an impact on population censuses because that has a tremendous impact. All those challenges are there, and I believe that collaboration among us all will be the way to make all this adaptation much stronger everywhere. So again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity that you have given me of acting presiding this conference, and of course I am open to anything that you may need. I will also speak on behalf of ECLAC, but everything that may be required from the conference from ECLAC, or everything that you may require at a bilateral level, I'm quite open and to continue to work with you in around all that. Thank you very much. We thank the words of Marco Lavagna, Director of the DEC of Argentina, as Chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. For those that are present in this room, we would like to mention that there is interpretation into English. And to conclude this inauguration ceremony, we will offer the floor to Stefan Schweinfest, who is Director of the Statistical Division of the United Nations. Stefan, you have the floor, sir. His Excellency, or Your Excellencies Rolando and Marcos, dear friends and your statistical friends and colleagues from the region, you know me. I am always very happy and very thankful for being with you, with my ECLAC friends, and I thank you for not forcing me out of my bed. Last week, I was able to speak to colleagues in Asia and in the Pacific, but I had to do that at midnight. So, with all these irresistible temptations that you are offering me for next year, there is a real danger that I will be physically present in the next conference next year. Well, the poor interpreters already know my trick. Always after a couple of friendly words at the very beginning, I swap from English into Spanish to talk about our work in a more serious manner. That's a lot easier for me.
One is, I think we are really celebrating our statistical community here. And Marco already said it. I have been deeply impressed how active this community has been, even in the worst days of the pandemic. We stayed connected, we engaged, we innovated, and we worked with new information sources and new partners, and we gave the world the data that it urgently needed. And we supported each other with our experiences, with the good ones and the bad ones. And this is possible because we speak the same professional language. We adhere to the same fundamental principles. And I think we can proudly say that we managed the COVID crisis in professional solidarity around the globe. And I can tell you that here at the UN, there is a lot of discussion on multilateralism and whether it works or it doesn't work. And I'm deeply convinced that in our technical area, I always say statistics, data, information is an area where the United Nations works really well. And I wanted to thank all of you for that. My second reflection is a little bit on where we are at this point in time. We are talking a lot about crisis, but I'm a hopeless optimist, and I think every crisis is an opportunity. Um, the challenges are big. It seems you are all managers. We are all managers. It seems that the demands are bigger and bigger by the day on data and information, and good data and information. And our resources are becoming smaller and smaller. And the context is challenging. We are in COVID recovery at the global level. We face the war in Ukraine. We have big challenges, global challenges such as climate change, and all of this together is not good for our UN program of the SDGs. We just presented our 22 report. And in our recent report, we have had many areas where we certainly have not made the progress that we wanted to make. And even financing for statistics and for all activities has become a challenge. I mean, I can tell you it is increasingly difficult for us also at the UN to find donors to invest in statistics, even though I think right now is really necessary. But as much as there are crises around us, I think our community has responded well by innovating. And what do I mean with that? We use ICT, information communication technologies, like in the census area, handheld devices, the integration of statistical and geospatial information, one of my favorite topics. I have seen fantastic opportunities nowadays to present and visualize and analyze data, three-dimensional images of cities that allow us to analyze all the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of our environment. We have found new partnerships. We are working in new ways with other parts of the government, with the civil society, with academia, with the private sector. That poses challenges because we have to find new ways of communicating effectively, and not everybody speaks our language. That also raises issues of data governance because there are certain principles, our fundamental principles of official statistics that we hold dear. But I can tell you, we already have plans for the 30-year anniversary of the fundamental principles in 2024 at the global level in the Statistical Commission to start a reflection how we can even further extend the application of the fundamental principles, of the ideas of the fundamental principles beyond official statistics in the area, in the new data sources, in non-official statistics. And I'm definitely looking forward to working with many of you. And then one other thing we did in order to respond to the crisis, I think we learned how to integrate, to put different data sources, to even different data sectors better together. And that is actually also responding to a policy demand. And I'm very much looking forward to the Beyond GDP discussion this afternoon, where we will talk about the challenge of how we put economic, demographic, and social and environmental information better together to satisfy the multiple user needs. So even though the situation is challenging, I think we as a professional community have had many good ideas and many good reflexes, and we are well placed to face the challenges of the future. Let me conclude my opening remarks with a few remarks on this special region, Latin America, the Americas. It is a very important region at the global level. I always say your region is heterogeneous in size, very big countries and very small countries, but it's very homogeneous in culture. and tradition, history, and you do have a long tradition of working closely together and approaching common challenges jointly in solidarity throughout the region and CEPAL, and this event is one such example. At the global level, you are very important to me and us because from your region, we often get leading ideas and models that are somewhere placed between the developed and the developing countries. And that is one of the big tasks that the United Nations has, to bridge that big gap between the developed and the developing countries. We work very closely with the dear colleagues in the statistics office in the CEPAL on gender statistics, environmental accounting, geospatial information. Let me just mention two things that are coming up. One is the World Data Forum number 5 that we are planning for Colombia in 2024. So we are very much looking forward to that. And the other new exciting project is our regional hub on big data that is based in Brazil with the help of the CEPAL statistics team. So I invite all of you to participate in these initiatives, in these forthcoming events, and to engage. But most importantly, I invite you personally and wholeheartedly to come to New York in early March 2023 to our next session of the Statistical Commission, which will be finally held in person again. And I'm looking forward to the global statistical family reuniting on that occasion. So I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Good luck with your discussions these 2 days, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Stephen Schweinfest, the director of the UN Statistics Division, for his intervention at the opening of the 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And now, delegates, we would like to say that at the Secretariat yesterday, we sent an email with a document that in the criterion of the Secretariat represents the draft agreements of the meeting. We request that you may review it and send your comments in before Wednesday, today, 5 p.m., in order to include whatever proposals you may send. And also say that text has been checked by the ECLAC editorial committee. And so we are at your service, the statistical division, as well as the secretariat, in case of any query by delegations. And now I will hand over the meeting to the chair of the meeting, Mr. Marcos Lara. Thank you. And now we continue with our agenda, and I would like to put to you for your approval the provisional agenda for the meeting that was distributed by the Secretariat. You have before you document LCC/CE.21/1, which was prepared by the Secretariat in accordance with the provisions contained in Chapter 11 of the Rules of Procedure of ECLAC, entitled Provisional Agenda, and which I submit to you for your consideration. If there are no comments, we will proceed to adopt it, unless someone would like to say something. If not, it is adopted. Now, yes, and based on the agenda just adopted, we will now be seeing the progress that our countries have made in implementation of the new round of population housing censuses, a new round that has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and which has created new challenges for the statistical institutes. I invite Simone Cecchini, Director of the Latin American and Caribbean and Demographic Center, the Population Division of ECLAC, who will present the state of play at the most recent round of censuses. Simone. Thank you very much, Marco Lavagna, who, aside from being the director of INDEC, is also the chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. My greetings to directors and colleagues of the National Statistical Offices and also ECLAC colleagues. It is a pleasure to share this short presentation on the regional situation of the population and housing censuses. We prepared this Celade census team, Populo, Camada, and Aguilar as well for their work. But before getting into the situation of the pandemic, I would also like to highlight how we stood before, because the region has a long history in preparing population censuses, a wealth of lessons learned, experiences, and we can say that there is a certain methodological soundness in the region. And also, we can think of programs that have accompanied countries such as the census program of America, the 50s, Celade in 57, and so on. Now, if we take a look at the previous round in 2010, there was much progress in technological terms, inclusion of new, very relevant themes for our society, new technology, data collection, and also better mechanisms for citizen participation, which is so important to make these census processes credible, and also management and control. Now, but this wealth of knowledge, of course, always faces a challenge in that censuses are carried out every 10 years approximately, and so these statistical offices there's not necessarily a continuity of personnel, and occasionally the knowledge is sometimes lost. And also, we should highlight that in the 2010 round, there were difficulties. For example, one major one was that we set back a bit with regard to coverage. And so, also before the pandemic, as was mentioned, there were also challenges. We knew that we had to face the rejection by the population to be interviewed regarding certain themes, and often an issue of safety, mistrust. It was necessary to improve the hiring of staff, especially field workers, and focus more on quality, and also adopt new technology. The pandemic was upon us, and our lives changed. Confinement and the priority of the state is to save lives, maintain basic levels of consumption, satisfy basic needs, and budgets were focused on that, not necessarily the census. The census was not a priority at the time of the pandemic in the region in March 2020. Confinements also made it difficult to be in the field or even train face to face. And this had an impact not only in the collection of the data during the census, but also everything related to the census, updating the cartography, and so many other aspects as well. And then afterwards, this was even complicated further by the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, and supply chains were affected, became production moved back to idling, and this affected the outputs and the transport and purchasing of even vehicles that are so necessary for these censuses. And so the impact was significant. during the census days, as you can see here in this table. For 2020, we were foreseeing that 6 countries would be doing the census, and finally only 2, Mexico and Aruba. And then in 2021, supposedly 10 countries were going to do the census, but it turned out to be just one, Dominica. And so we have a wave of setbacks, and for 2022, this year, 10 countries will do the census, and the 2020 round will reach as far as 2024, because as you see in 2023, another 8 countries will be doing their censuses, and in 2024, another 3. And some countries, there's still a certain uncertainty regarding the dates, and another one that have others that have not even officially decided when they will be doing their census.
Faced with this tsunami of the pandemic, the national statistical offices also reacted in a timely fashion, and progress and adaptations have also, and innovations have also occurred. On the one hand, in terms of how to hold or to carry out the censuses, there have at least been 4 countries that have moved to a rights-based, who have moved to a rights-based census, and we have also made progress in terms of the usage of mobile devices to capture information, which is in the 2010 round for Latin America. Only 5 countries use that as their main tool, and in this round, we already know that 14 countries will use that as the main mechanism to capture information. But we must also acknowledge that there is flexibility and that different mechanisms are used for data collection. We're talking here of mixed mechanisms, so the use of MLC, but at the same time of DMC, but we also use paper-based methods, telephone-based surveys, and increasingly the web-based census, which is a new, very important gateway in order to face up to rejection, to determine the reliability of the system. Then when people feel unsure about crime in a region, issues related to pandemic and to biosafety, and therefore the web-based census acquires increasing importance. Faced with that, the statistical offices are face the challenge of testing this, because whenever we have mixed mechanisms, we must test this. It's not just a question of the understanding of the people who provide information, but we must also test the integration of data collection systems. We have to review the management and control systems, the coverage and quality of these systems, and all this implies greater investment in technology, and likewise in terms of cyber security. And we know that it is not, the statistical offices don't have a large budget for that, but the issue of security in this sense is tremendously important. And as mentioned, training, well, many have now working in a hybrid or face-to-face fashion. Our recommendation is to take into consideration that sometimes not everything can be done virtually. Since there was a delay, of course, sometimes the cartography was we need to update cartographic aspects, and for that purpose, we feel it's very interesting to use administrative records. But for that, we need to go out to the field and to analyze reality. We have also already mentioned the communication campaigns are always more important, especially when it comes to rejection, to lack of trust, or to mistrust. And based on all that, the times to conduct these surveys have become longer in most countries. We can argue, and I believe that what we must do is that the pandemic reinforces the importance of conducting censuses, because it provides key information for mitigation policies and for recovery purposes. And let us think of the estimations and the population projections of our country, especially at a subnational level, that had fallen behind because they were based on the 2010 census round. Censuses are even more delayed now, and it's very important to have censuses so that we can make new and more valid projections, especially at a subnational level, because countries need to know if they want to undertake a vaccination a campaign, for example, or social programs, they need to know how many of us there are, where we are, who we are. Of course, we want to hold censuses as soon as possible, but this has to go hand in hand with the fact that technical conditions have to enable that. We cannot undermine the quality of censuses, and we must also take into consideration that the provision of information requires an adequate time for processing and data and analysis purposes. So all national censuses are supported by us and receive our support to resist pressures and set survey dates that from a technical viewpoint are not solid and that do not ensure quality results. Our message also is that we cannot put technology before conceptual aspects. Technology enables us to do many things. We must innovate, but conceptual aspects are the most important part of this. Sometimes there is a temptation also to reduce some census issues in order to shorten or to save time. But we must beware of the approaches disability, race issues, disability issues, gender issues, and we cannot save time because at the end of the day, it will mean that it will turn out to be much more expensive in terms of the credibility of the census. It will lead to debates, and sometimes it may even touch upon legal aspects, and therefore we'll lose a lot of time at the end of the day. As from Celare, of course, as from XXI, we are always available to countries to provide technical assistance. During the census round, we're already supporting 16 countries. And in 2021 and 2022, you can see there the list of countries to whom we're providing technical assistance for the censuses: Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Honduras, Panama, and Uruguay. What is also very important is that countries invite us to act as observers. We thank Bolivia that allowed us to observe the cartographic update, the pilot tests that were run in Chile and the Dominican Republic, and also the census surveys in Argentina and Costa Rica. And now we have also received an invitation from Brazil. It is excellent also to see that other countries are also invited. This is a key moment for South-South cooperation, and we truly thank you for that initiative that goes beyond the discussions that we may hold in workshops and so on, because it enables us to see out in the field what is actually happening. The issue of uncertainty that we have as a result of the pandemic, this is something that we have discussed in workshops. We held workshops, virtual workshops in 2020 with the working group of SEA, of ECLAC about census. The same thing with Uruguay this year with the UN Population Fund, but it's very adequate to see and witness these events, these debates out in the field. And obviously a lot of what we do with Silale is done together with the UN Population Fund and with the regional offices. And we have a multidisciplinary census team that meets regularly, and that enables us to respond to the many demands that we have in different areas involving conceptual aspects, technological aspects, and so on. And therefore, the work involves reviewing the actual census survey and throughout all the different stages. We have held workshops, and we continue, of course, to provide training as from Silare. And as from Silare, we support Redatam. As you know, this is a software, a free of charge software for the processing of microdata, especially census data, but also involving surveys and vital statistics. And Redatam also supports the various phases of the census, as from operations involving automatic checks the compilation of census data with quality control of that data, the web dissemination of data, which is so important, the democratization of data, and finally, the analysis of census data. And I mentioned there as an example, the last application, which is called Odyssea, for the analysis of migration and mobility based on census data that we are working with the Statistical Office of Peru, and that we will very soon be launching. We have a new version of Redatam, which is Redatam X, which is a multi-platform version. It works with Microsoft Linux, and you can see the website there, the Redatam website, and all the efforts that we make in order to democratize information. And finally, I would like to mention that we continue with the process of expanding knowledge and providing recommendations around censuses. And here, the Census Working Group, under the leadership of the Statistical Office of Chile, has produced a document on the general guidelines for the capture of census data. This is something that ECLAC cooperated with. We also have the recommendations for the population and housing censuses in Latin America for this round of censuses, and also a very important issue which has to do with making our indigenous peoples visible and to foster their participation in census processes. Thank you enormously for your attention, and we will certainly be very attentive to the various presentations and discussions about censuses. So thank you very much. Thank you, Simone, for your presentation. Now, I would like to take the floor, because I am representing here the delegation from Argentina, to share with you the process of our 2022 census. Let's see if we can see the presentation on the screen. There it is. First of all, the census in Argentina was a de jure census, as mentioned just now by Simone. We were one of the countries that introduced a census to a de jure census. We have changed and adopted that way to implement what we call a bimodal census, as we call it, which involves the normal data collection out in the field in one single day, and links that to the possibility of a digital-based census, a census that could be conducted via internet. We had this work in the field on the 18th of May, and 2 months before, on the 18th of March, we opened up the possibility for the population to to fill in themselves the census in a web page that remained open for 2 months. That implementation was indeed the one that forced us to change to a de jure census, which was a very important methodological effort. And we maintained the single date, May 18th, for the field work, because we felt that it was better to change this census to a de jure census, at least in the field work part. We didn't want to do everything together. And probably 2030 censuses will be different, but at least this census, which implied a transition, well, we saw to that transition, and that is why we maintained our field work in just one single day. One of the main differences with previous censuses that we have conducted in Argentina is that we developed a single questionnaire with new issues, including gender issues. We also included disability aspects, issues related to indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, which is something we already had in previous censuses. But in any case, we expanded that instead of just asking one part of the population, which is what we did via an expanded questionnaire and not in the basic questionnaire. What we did now was to establish a single questionnaire, and we asked the same question to the whole population. And therefore, in terms of obtaining better information, well, that was certainly a very positive aspect. At the beginning, we posed ourselves a 100% virtual training, and dwelling or thinking about what Simon just said, I would like to convey to you the Argentinian experience. 100% of our training was virtual. In the experimental test, we viewed that that was not enough, and that we had to develop. We had to hold face-to-face workshops a few days before the census. It was important to reinforce this, and it was important for the census takers to be much more aware of the questionnaires when we explain this at a virtual level, using videos and so on. That was very good. But when and this is something that we evidenced, when they actually had the piece of paper in front of them and they had to read the questions and be aware of the procedure, clearly we saw that face-to-face reinforcement was necessary so that they could become much more familiar with the materials that they had in their census taker kit.
That's collaboration that we implemented in the census as such provided very good outcomes. And so in this hybrid way, one part online, a lot of very didactic, explanatory videos, and with the workshops, that is what was for us. With the virtual training, we included themes such as how the data collectors introduced themselves, rang the doorbell, or introduced themselves at someone's door. And this had to do with one of the issues that we had seen with the census, and that had to do with rejection. Each time more people rejected us or did not want to open the door to answer, and so the initial approach, that initial introduction was very relevant, and it was the examples that we set with these videos that helped us a lot. And then a lot of work done in terms of mass and segmented communications, very important to pay attention to this based on our experience. As I was saying, the online census was open from March 16th to May 18th, and this was closed precisely when the field work began. At no time did we have the possibility of the digital census, or the self-administered census, and the field work at the same time. This was so as to avoid a duplication of forms, someone doing it online and at the same time visiting the home. And so on May 18th at 8 a.m., we shut down the website for the digital census, because that was when the face-to-face or the territorial fieldwork began. Other operations had to do with these collective homes or dwellings, rural areas that began a few weeks earlier, and in some very remote rural areas. In Argentina, we have some provinces where there is a tremendous distance between one dwelling and another. In some cases, you need to travel more than 100 kilometers from one dwelling to another. So to do that in just 1 week, we thought could make this difficult, especially on account of the weather, because we began the census precisely at the time when snowfalls began. So we began in many rural areas a month up front. For the first time, we did a census of people, of homeless people, if you like, and before this was used to be done together with the usual field work, but now we did a special project for them. The digital census, or the self-administered census, allowed reducing the workload of the data collectors or the census takers, and we had more than 50% of the population that answered online, and this meant that the census takers' workload that used to be of an 8-hour day was greatly reduced because they just took the code of the digital completion, and that was it. And so I am very grateful to Selave, ECLAC, and all the agencies that accompanied us with this census. And Selave was present, and they saw how the data collection as such was very fast, thanks to the great acceptance of the online census. And this meant that we had significant savings with the single forms, and the digital census led to significant savings and also a positive environmental impact in terms of reducing the number of forms to be printed, because we had the digital tool that allowed us to download a single form, and so 30% of the printing was absolutely saved, and that was significant in terms of resources and also in terms of the environment. A number of trees that did not have to be cut down, so that was very useful. So the themes, I've already mentioned them: gender, and self recognition. We did everything in-house within the agency, and so the experience of the INDEC in IT team is available to whoever would like to share our experience. At the time of conducting the digital census, we had two contingency clouds. This on account of the tremendous volume of people that we were expecting. And especially in the last 3 days, we had to really expand contingencies because we had peaks of up to 440,000 people, or dwellings or households, if you like, which is how we were measuring it within a 3-hour segment. And so that obliged us to have these two contingency clouds precisely to avoid the website from collapsing, which did occur occasionally, but fortunately we were able to resolve the issue quickly. And precisely when we were having a visit by the observer countries in previous days, at that time when we were talking about it, it collapsed. But fortunately, since we had the two clouds, the collapse that occurred, the crash, if you like, was resolved very quickly. And so we had more than 50% of the population that was censored online. And post-digital census activity, we do frequency analysis for forecasts and comparisons, and or how they were doing in relation to previous censuses. A lot of ongoing work for analyzing household duplicates, possible algorithms in order to clean, especially with the digital censuses that obviously were not truly valid ones, but someone who was able to access and completed the census by mistake. And so we were able to clean up all that. And then another lot of work in terms of geocoding of the digital census. Here we have a major part that was done automatically and another semi-automatically, especially for the digital censuses that did not go in the census in the direction of the digital census with the pre-uploaded domicile file, and that had a prior field organization. And then on the May 18th, about 650,000 census takers took part, which is what was required for the face-to-face operation. This was done in a single day to have a good transition. And the high level of participation in the digital census that we thought was not going to be so high, but 70% of the people who completed it online were so using a mobile phone. We were not expecting that. Of course, fortunately, the planning of the digital census web page was done, especially for this. I'm supposed to be asking everyone to keep to their time, and I'm going overboard. Well, so I'm hurrying up. So, virtual trading. For us, it was essential to do the follow-up and listening to social media. In addition to our usual communications, TV and notices and public areas, radio, and newspapers, which is what we usually do. What was novel in this census were social media. We had to face a census coexisting with social media. And that implied that we needed to have a strategy in terms of listening to social media in order to avoid misinformation or any clarification that was necessary to give very quickly. This was essential in terms of getting that confidence that the people need when it comes to doing a census. And so prevent fake news or malicious comments from affecting the census as such. And so listening to social media was essential. And so with this, I thank you not to take up any more time, and I'm at your service for any query or doubt or whatever you may see in further detail. Thank you. And so now I'll change my hat and return to the chair. And so now I would like to invite Costa Rica, Elizabeth Solano, to share her experience in that country. Good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure to greet you and thank the organizers for the invitation to speak. I will proceed now to share my presentation. Please confirm if you can see it. Not yet. You still can't see it? There's an issue with Zoom, apparently. We can see it on Zoom, but not here in the meeting hall. And now they are going to activate it from the premises directly for the meeting, the face-to-face meeting. Should I share it once again? No, that is not necessary. We're going to put it up here on the screen in the meeting room.
Por favor, me confirma. Me están diciendo que sí se ve ya.
2 minutitos más que se está solucionando
Dos
ya.
horas, pero no en la sala, sí, de acuerdo.
Así, ya te confirmamos. Ahí ya estamos.
Okay, we can see it now.
Gracias nuevamente.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, a warm greeting. This indeed is one of the aspects, one of the technical aspects that always impacts us, and censuses are not free of this. I would like to focus on the census coverage aspect and the issues associated that for the Costa Rican 2022 population census. As a context, Costa Rica, as you know, is a fairly small country, and we estimated to have to census around 1.77 million dwellings and 5.2 million people in a 3-week during a 3-week period involving 14,000 data collection people. Now, within our context, and in addition to the pandemic situation that was adequately mentioned, among other things, meant that we had to push forward our census to this year, to 2022. But when we pushed by pushing this forward, that generated other important aspects that had to be taken into consideration. For example, a certain level of uncertainty with regards a certain level of uncertainty with regards to budget to conduct the census. This was one of the factors that led us to push the census forward to 2022. We were also facing a presidential elections, and that led us to conduct the census between the 8th and 28th of June. And it was the beginning of the rainy season, but historically that beginning is not too strong, but for some reason this was one of the most rainy Junes of the last decades. And these elections also meant that the census was conducted during a scenario of a change of government. And so these were all aspects that have caused extra census aspects that have to be taken into consideration and that have had an impact. And in addition, in prior weeks, I don't know whether you have seen the news, in April, May, several public institutions, several major public institutions in our country, the Ministry of Finance, Social Security, and so on, have suffered from cyber attacks. And that also led to a feeling of uncertainty and forced us to generate additional security measures for the census. These are external conditions that in one way or another impacted our census operation. Having said this, we have let's see, before we begin with this, we have a de jure census. It has historically been done. That has historically been the case, and normally it takes place during a week with the cooperation of teachers for the collection of information. But on this occasion, for different reasons, and considering the use of technology, what we did was to hold the census not in 1 week, but in 3 weeks. And census takers are people who belong to the same, to the communities themselves, and therefore this implied a change that we will discuss with you now. And focusing on coverage, we find here elements that we used in the census. First of all, the importance of this cartographic update, which more than cartographic, and geographers have insisted on this, imply a geospatial construction of information, which is the result of censuses, but is for an adequate use of censuses, and therefore the idea is for this update to be as best as possible, and that leads to AE areas, leads to the creation of these AE areas, areas for the collection of information. And we also use a system that we called a field operating organization system, precisely because during this innovation process, in our case, an updating process, the idea meant not only updating the capture of information, but also different areas of our country. And therefore, the system helps us to systematize information so that when we conduct our field operations, so we obtain information about areas that may be difficult to access or that may be somewhat dangerous, areas where we have apartment blocks, housing estates that are difficult to access, and therefore this helps us to characterize these areas and make better decisions with regards to the field, make better decisions with regards to the field operations. In other senses, this had not been adequately systematized, and therefore this system implies that we obtain better information. We also use that we called the field operational manager, which is a system that manages the people working in the field and the allocation of these data collection areas, these AEs, which facilitated the recruitment and selection of the different people participating out in the field in the data collection system for the census. That was also important to allocate the workload for each one of the census takers, and therefore through this system we allocated the work burden. And unlike what was presented by Argentina, we simultaneously used the app in a mobile app that we called App Censista, and also the self-administered census. We made this decision during the pandemic, and we finally decided to use both of these formulas simultaneously, obviously. That implies an additional control with regard to what is doing in terms of self-administered census and what is being done via this field visit. This same system also generates a whole series of controls or modules that enables us to control coverage, both for supervision and general control purposes. And based on that and on data transfer, we are able to obtain the databases to begin processing and finally obtain results. With regards to the cartographic update, there's an important point here for us is that we conducted, we geo-referenced homes, and that enabled us to improve the control of coverage. I can show you an example of that in the sense that we can be very precise with regards to those homes that have not been covered by the census or that have been rejected. That also enables us to conduct a geospatial analysis in this sense. And in addition to the characterization of the update And this enabled us to create these census areas or data collection areas and geospatial information, enabling us to optimize this creation of census areas and to characterize them, considering their own conditions, and also to define during the organization the collection method, the instrument, and the strategy to be followed. What the image shows is indeed what the census taker could see in his or her device, which is the census area with the points that represent uh, homes, and in black you can see the housing that has not yet been visited, and in blue those that have been completed. And this simply as an example. With this information, then, the organization, the field organization, people could conduct an analysis of the various types of housing and population. For us, what is important is the issue of danger, whether the place is dangerous or not. The place that has to be visited, and whether the census taker will go there on his or her own, or it will be a group visit, or whether we have to establish routes, especially for rural areas, or a data collection which is much more focused in terms of homeless people, collective housing. And we could also plan whether we could use the mobile device. For example, there are certain areas of our country, for example, indigenous territories where there is no connectivity and where it was very difficult to use this device. And therefore, we defined that in these areas, we will have to work on paper, or we could also establish whether they were more susceptible to apply the self-administered census, because at least in terms of connectivity, we still have certain areas of our country that do not have an adequate connectivity. And in addition to that, we could distinguish between strategies, for example, whether we could hold a direct interview or not, despite the fact that most can be direct interviews. However, we could also identify aspects such as census in collective housing, such as jails, for example, that could use other strategies, for example, the self-administered system or the fixed position a survey for homeless people, or the administrative records for certain collective housing. Again, the good example would be a jail, but this is the instrument that enables us to characterize the different areas of our country and to improve the organization of these areas. And this could thus lead to an improvement in coverage. This is also an example of how we could analyze a region that could be dangerous and that thus required the support of security, of community leaders, that maybe we could conduct a group, the census takers could go in groups or alone, using paper or the mobile device, or other formulas. So this is how we analyzed each zone for the organization of that work. Now, this prior organization was conducted with what we called 34 census agencies. There were 34 throughout the country. We break the country down into 34 different zones, and this analysis that I mentioned beforehand, that was done by these 34 census agencies, and in addition to that, we established coordinations with coordination with institutions and with national and local institutions and organizations to support this organizational work. And also, as a result of the one-year postponement of the census, this same staff could validate the growth of these census areas so that we could work with a better uh, number, with a more accurate number of homes that had been updated 2 or 2.5 years before that, or even dealing with specific areas that we were not able to visit directly during the pandemic. In those cases, we were using satellite images, and therefore, as from this year, we were able to validate that cartography.
And as I was saying, the census takers were from the communities themselves, and which for us was a challenge in terms of training and the profiles of these people. That, by the way, I did not mention this earlier, we also did two-mode training, initially online and second for 2 days face-to-face prior to the start of the census. The system had several modules. One, for the field work, there was a supervision with daily progress made by the census takers. This was used by the supervisors, and also a general report on coverage. In fact, this report in the system was fairly elementary on the progress made, but we also considered a few other elements that I will mention now. But yes, supervision, as I was saying, the module did allow us to control and follow up each census taker in a particular area, and an analysis whether there were certain areas with a lot of slopes or with features that were outside what had been foreseen, and so to be able to respond appropriately. And as I was saying, the coverage module did also include this more general part of district structure, and also based on that data transfer that was done at the end of each interview, also allowed us to follow up on certain general quality indicators, and that fed into supervision in terms of paying attention to certain census taken with regard to certain aspects that were sort of like outliers. In addition to this system, we also had a viewer during the field work. This was also for the supervisors and had to do with the area of saying so many households, so many have already been visited, so many completed, so many slopes, so many rejections, and errors in the password that was given to the household, and being able to help with the supervision. But these images are were taken later, and had to do with being able to pinpoint the households and have the results of the interview. And this showed, for example, that what you can see here in black, these dots, are areas in a particular moment that were not censored. And so this we could, in this way, we could identify areas where there were issues in terms of coverage because they hadn't been visited. And then on the right, we also have another type of analysis in terms of just how good is the actual coverage in terms of completed households. So these are tools that are possible with the geospatial information directly connected to the mapping. Another aspect that we were also asked to talk about was the database integration. Because at the time of the census, we're not talking of just one database, but several. The main one, of course, is transfer from the mobile devices. And as I said, the transfer provided information that was being transferred and information on the interviewed household or whatever. But the great majority was transmitted in real time. And then the prohibition of using printed forms, this was very restricted. And in those few cases when it was allowed, the census takers themselves could, for once, key in the information using the app assistance and then have it in the database immediately. So here we had some forms that are still to be keyed in because it was not possible in certain areas by certain people. And so as I was saying, there was also information on certain administrative records. For example, in prisons, information there must also be taken down and uploaded to the database for processing. And also we have a separate database, the self-census, and of course the upload is done directly over the web, but also must be integrated precisely to process the data. And finally, lead to a single database for census analysis. And then recommendations in general, well, many recommendations have already been given here, possibly repeating something that we're all clear about, and that is a good update of the cartography is essential in order to have a proper control and analysis of coverage. GIS allows you or helps you to clearly visualize the coverage as it is ongoing. And obviously, having census takers that are appropriately trained is essential because we did have some difficulty with the lack of census takers on the one hand, and or having to train. So you need to replace and retrain, and that leads to a lot of stress and could lead to issues with the coverage. And then it was already mentioned here, the non-response rate, but there is a reality and that this is increasing and definitely may have an impact at the end of the day. And there was mentioned before communication and social media. This is vital, but it is also complex. Because the impact of this could be major, and I believe that that is essential, as was mentioned before. And we, at the moment, went through the period from the 8th to the 28th. We had to extend it, the collection a bit more. And right now, we're in the final phase of recovery of certain areas. So we cannot share the results with you yet, but this issue of the non-response has been a matter of concern and is a very relevant aspect that is having an impact. The pandemic and particular situation in the country have all, so to speak, cooled people's interest in taking part in this sort of statistical operation. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth Solano. And if you agree, we will have a short break. First of all, a group photo and then a very quick coffee break. Yes, that's fine. First, let's have the picture taken, and the colleagues from a seminar being held in the Caribbean will join us, and they've been here yesterday and today. So we will now come in. We would like to ask the colleague from Information Unit to tell us how we should divide up, or where should we line up? Because we want to a joint picture with everyone here and in those that are in the Caribbean. Javier, Rolando, with or without your face mask? How each one prefers. The suggestion is to have both versions. Those who dare have the picture taken without the head mask, face mask, sorry.
Y promover su y el Caribe cuenta con la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas. La conferencia es un órgano subsidiario de las partes en que los países miembros acuerdan acciones conjuntas para el progreso de las políticas y actividades de estadística que se llevan a cabo a través de diferentes grupos de trabajo y comunidades de práctica, así como seminarios de alto nivel. La conferencia impulsa la generación y adaptación de estándares y la adopción de las mejores prácticas estadísticas, teniendo presentes las recomendaciones de
continue with our agenda of this morning. We will now recognize Eduardo Rios Nieto, who is responsible of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, the IBGE, to tell us about their experience with the census. Eduardo, are you there? Can we cannot hear you, Eduardo. I don't know if it is us or what. Marco, greetings. Not only the chairman of the Statistical Conference of the America and also director of the INDEC, Fernando Campos from ECLAC, and my greetings to all colleagues. My presentation is in Brazil, and I will be speaking in English to facilitate the work of the interpreters because my Spanish is practically non-existent. So my apologies.
Do you have full screen now from my presentation?
Perfect.
Perfect. So I will start giving some basics from the census, but the presentation will be as requested, more focused on the innovations and coverage problems. But I will give some basics. I'll go fast. By the way, the presentation is available, so if I go too fast, I apologize, and the presentation will be available. We just started the enumeration process August 1st, and Brazil is quite complex, 5,570 municipalities, 452,000 census tracts, and 76 million households, and 89 million addresses to be visited. So it's quite complex. And the whole operation, IBGE usually operates with kind of 9,000 employees on a regular basis, several of which are temporary employees. But when we go to the census, we move to this huge number of people. So it's really a war operation. We have 570 areas of coverage, 1.2 thousand sub-areas, 5.4 thousand municipal areas for collection, and well, those are not areas, those are, I apologize, are the employees involved. So 570 employees commanding the area operation, 1.1 thousand sub-areas, 5.4 thousand, almost one per municipality, municipal areas, and 8.4 supervisors, and then 100,083 enumerators. One problem that we are having, just for mention, because I want to have time to go back, is that this is the feature. In some regions in Brazil, we have very low unemployment rate, like the state of Santa Catarina. The unemployment rate is now 4%. And it's been very difficult to get all enumerators needed. So we have several operations that we are having to face that are not going as well as we planned. But I mean, that's the real world, and we are ready to devising solutions for that. And have more than 6,000 posts where I will show a picture where I visit recently, where the enumerators get in touch with the supervisors. We have two questionnaires, one that goes to every household that lasts 5 minutes, the basic questionnaire, and the sample questionnaire has 77 questions and lasts around 18 minutes. And those are the themes covered. Spend much on that. And we collect the data in great deal. I'll show about that with a mobile device. By the way, we have these questions and we have a component for traditional people in which we covered not only indigenous population, but also the Quilombola, the African descended populations that are organized in a territory. So just to mention, before going to the field, before August 1st, we did this internal, the surroundings of our blocks in which we covered the public illumination, bus stops, sewage, trees. So this is a very, is an innovation from the 2010 census, and it went very well. It was already finished. So now I will talk about innovations, and mostly innovations, some of which associate with coverage. I'll go fast again, I apologize. We have many slides, but I'm not gonna be reading all the details of this slide. A very important innovation is that we did an experimental census in 2019, but it became old without the postponement. And we innovated to do tests in small towns or bairros, neighborhoods, for testing the census. And we did that. We did first in Paquetá Island in Rio de Janeiro, where vaccination was quite high. So we did that. It was well succeeded. Then we scaled up for the whole Brazil. And it was terrific because our state level units could practice and see if the census operation, our readiness for that was fantastic. So there was a major innovation. Another innovation that's very good is that we are calculating in our dwellings, in our households, the GPS. And so, for example, for this test, that's an example for Paulo de Fronten, a municipality in Rio de Janeiro, in which we have two concentrations with the GPS and the rural countryside with low density. So a product from this census will be an address list for statistical purposes with geographical information, with the coordinates. So it's a major innovation. We have a post-enumeration census, which is we had already in 2010, but even 2010, we had coverage problems. So we spent some time trying to improve we used to call it pesquisa de avaliação. And the word was kind of dead thing. So we changed the logistics of it and changed the name for post-enumeration census. We have the post-enumeration census addresses two problems. One, coverage problem, which was one of the items that I was requested to talk. but also age misreports, education misreport, earnings, several quality components. So here is keep the purpose of this evaluation, but we see it as innovation. We follow international guidelines for that. And basically, I think this picture does well. We have in the top, the census operation, and rather than in the past, the post-enumeration came after the census. Now, we did a scientific operation. We have a separate team for the post-enumeration. As soon as the track is closed, we start the post-enumeration component with a different team. And in the end, we do this matching of the two areas and prepare the reconciliation for coverage purpose. So the post-enumeration will cover for the 400 and something house we will match almost 5,000 census tracts in around 2,000 municipalities, so almost 250, 40%, a little bit less of the municipalities. And we will have almost 5,000 enumerators and 1,000 supervisors for that. So that's the team. So that's, I will talk a little bit more about the enumeration later on for another application. But the idea here is that through the post-enumeration, we can adjust missing households, imputation, and demographic projections. We had this multiple collection where we have the CAPI, the CASI, and the CATI. That innovation came with the pandemics. But to tell the truth, right now, maybe due to the slowdown of the pandemic's effect, the CAPI, the computer-assisted personal interview, has been the preferred one. But we have been having problems recruiting enumerators. So I advocate for the hard to reach households and sometimes extremely poor. We will have to improve our rate of self-fulfilled, self-intervening questionnaires and telephone. Like Costa Rica, a feature of this data collection is that we have to handle a ticket for doing the other two modalities because we have to collect the GPS of our households. So we won't have internet fulfillment if we don't reach the household and handle the token for that. That's an operational methodological device that we made. We also create a dashboard. We used to have that in old operations. Our Brazilian Argentinian, Alicia Berkovic, we would do that by mail. We would follow from previous census age structure, Myers index of age preferences, education enumeration, and so on. And that's been a tradition at IBGE in quality control. And what we did now is that we took Alicia's brain and put that in the dashboard. So now we have a real-time follow-up of the census operation by census tract and so on. That is a major innovation. And here we have the displays of how you can see. We have the historical trends from the two previous census of the statistics in which we can access the quality. Another technology very much similar to the one seen in Costa Rica is the use of GIS and good images to be inserted in our mobile equipment, in which we could not only track the test of each enumerator, but also match with good images of the census tract. So, and we developed in the rural census tract, we can match with the 2017 agro census. And for the urban side, the sites, we are comparing with images, satellite images. So that's one of the traditions. You can see here that we have good images that are plugged into the equipments, but also for the supervisors in the area analysts to match and even sometimes to print. Here we have a printed image in which you can follow the whole field operation. So we have details here, and like here we have the green, which is the administrative data. You have the yellow. No, let me see here. The green are the actual confirmed households, and the yellow are the ones included in the field. So we can do that. And you can also use missing households not visited. Here, these others are visiting a post, and just to show how the structure is done. So we have a sub-area coordinator in a post, and they have the supervisors, and each supervisor have the enumerators team. And we not only they have the maps in the mobile thing, but we also have it printed in a way that we can follow the coverage well. Here, I won't touch much, but you have the buffers from our address list updated, and we can compare this a priori buffer, which the one visit and then discover the buffers that are excluded buffer, just theorize about that. It's written there. It's households in a 150-meter area. So here it's kind of the same, in which you can compare the difference between the buffers and the faces of the squares that we have, so that we can find and improve the address list in the enumeration process. Another interesting innovation is to use the post-enumeration survey, as I mentioned before. And we did that in the tests because we were uncertain if we could trust the GPS coordinates we capture the mobile devices. So when we did the tests, we also did a test for the post-enumeration survey. So with that, for example, the Paulo de Fronteira, we were able to match the post-enumeration survey with the original test. So we have here 74 sectors. We did the matching of the sectors, and with the matching, we could compare the distance the average difference between the post-enumeration and the original test. And although we have problems in several, by the maximum here, even the mean is quite high, but the median was below 7 meters, the difference between the two data collections. So we became very confident with the GPS information. And I foresee this, for example, for environmental catastrophes that we have everywhere in the world, that we will be able taking care of the security of information and confidentiality to help the fire workers and the catastrophe team to find people below a landslide or in a fire catastrophe. So this is really unique. And here we have the average, the
Eduardo, tenemos mala conexión, te hemos perdido. Y aprovecho para ver el tema de los tiempos, que venimos un poco demorados, pero no sé si te podemos retomar, que te vemos congelado.
Sí, hemos perdido la conexión con el señor Eduardo Ríos. Si pueden continuar mientras tanto con otra persona, mientras se reconecta.
Bueno, el tema es que ahí estamos justo con el próximo panel. Vamos a saltear
I think
momentáneamente.
we will.
Falta Santa Lucía, perdón.
Oh, we still have St. Lucia to go.
Arrancamos ya con Santa Lucía.
Shall we begin immediately with St. Lucia? Okay. Now we move on to the experience of St. Lucia. And Sean Muritan will speak. Naturim, sorry. We'll talk about that experience. St. Lucia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to. Good afternoon. I would like to say that it is truly a pleasure to be able to present St. Lucia's experience with regards to the ongoing 2022 National Population Housing Census. And I would like to also express our gratitude for the invitation to do so. So without further ado, I will now share my screen and make my presentation.
Now we can see your screen.
All right. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
All right. So St. Lucia's implementation of the 2022 National Population Housing Census, and in actuality, our preparations for the census commenced in 2019, and the initial objective was that we would have conducted the National Population Housing Census in 2022. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, a decision was made by the Chief Medical Officer, on the advice of the Chief Medical Officer, to suspend the implementation of the 2022 National Population Housing Census. However, before that decision was taken, we were at a very advanced stage in the preparation of the census, and we're actually getting ready to commence the data collection. So as of March 2022, we had already designed the census questionnaire. we were in the process of enacting the legislation, the census order and census regulation, which would authorize the census, the Central Statistical Office to undertake a census. We had already conducted several preparatory activities, such as the training of trainers, the recruitment of field officers. But owing to, as I indicated, owing to COVID-19, a decision was taken to suspend the census in March of 2020. Following that decision, we were in constant contact with the health authorities and the chief medical officer to advise on an appropriate time that we can recommence our preparations and ultimately the implementation of the census. And upon the advice of the chief medical officer, a decision was made to recommence our preparations in January of this year, January 2022. However, we had to repilot the questionnaire, and the reason for the repiloting of the questionnaire is that between the intervening period, the intervening period between 2020 and 2022, we had made additional revisions to the questionnaire, the census questionnaire. We included additional SDG questions and the agricultural module. With the advice and assistance of the FAO, we also revised that module. So as a result of that, it was prudent that we did a repiloting of the questionnaire, and that was done in two periods. It was done in February and March. Also, in preparations for the implementation of the census in this year, we also had to procure additional equipment and software. We also had to revisit the enactment of the legislation, that is the census order and regulation. And we did so with the assistance of the Attorney General Chambers. We also had to undertake a retraining of the trainers because 2 years had elapsed, and as one might expect, what was taught to them in 2019, most likely they would have forgotten that. And as a matter of fact, what we were initially contemplating was to have a refresher course, but because of the extent of the period between when they were initially trained, we decided to do entire retraining, an entire 2-week training with the trainers. Following that, we undertook face-to-face training of the enumerators and supervisors. This was done over a 4-week period, and this was done to ensure that as many enumerators and supervisors were trained, more than we needed. We decided to do it over a month period. So we had a first batch that was done over a 2-week period, and a second batch, a second cadre of trainees that was done over another 2-week period. So that, following that, we made a selection of the most competent enumerators and supervisors that would undertake the data collection. Accompanying those preparatory activities, what was critical for us was the communication and public awareness campaign. And this was critical for us because the census came on the heels of the conclusion of a general elections, and the atmosphere was still politically charged, and then we needed to ensure that the census was given the distinct attention that it deserved, and also with regards to the atmosphere related to COVID-19 and the socioeconomic situation which confronted the general public. It was essential that we undertook a communication and public awareness campaign, which would ensure that the census is not in any way would not in any way be impacted negatively by all the other going-ons that were that were happening at that time. So what we decided is that we engage a communication consultant. And fortunate for us, the communication consultant that we engage, he owns his own television station. So we benefited by way of being able to utilize his TV station, but also his production crew. So what we will have been able to do is that on a regular basis, we have been able to produce a lot of census-related communication and public awareness products, and this has worked well for us. But also what we've also decided to do is that we have not restricted our engagement to just his media houses, his media house. We have engaged all media establishments on the island, radio, television, online, to ensure that the communication and public awareness campaign covers as much ground as possible, and that it minimizes it would minimize any pockets of society that would not be aware of the census. And this has really worked for us. We have decided to use several approaches. We have used the social media, the traditional. We had a competition for the jingle, which we had one of our prominent artists who won that contest, and we have this jingle airing as at key points during the day on some of the most of the media houses. What we have also done with the support of the communication consultant is that we've produced several testimonials from public figures, and we have done that in both English and Creole, and this has also worked well for us. These testimonials have been aired on all our media, on all the media establishments, and as a result of that, we have seen the benefit of that in terms of persons being aware of the census throughout the society. With regards to data collection, the collection of geospatial data or information, we have the approach to that has been threefold. Well, in the field, as one would expect, we use the tablets to record the GPS. But in office, we use updated ED georeference maps that are supplied by the Land and Surveys Office, which resides within the Department of Physical Planning. And coupled with that, we've also decided to use other sources such as satellite imagery. We also utilize the imagery produced from drones. And there was a recent flyover that was spearheaded by the Land and Surveys Office. We also availed ourselves of that information as well as it relates to ensuring that we have the most updated geospatial information available. The census, the 2022 National Population Housing Census, is a tablet-based census. That's the only means of data collection. We have not used the web-based or any other mode, and as a result of that, we have been able to collect most of the information via that means. Well, via that means. With the tablet-based census, we ensure that we have trained our visitors to our enumerators, our officers to ensure that when they visit the building, that they record the GPS location, they identify the business and dwelling units within that within that building. And if there are any households within that dwelling, they also identify those dwelling units. They have been trained to record the name of the reference person and the number of male and female, and then thereafter, they have been trained to apply the 2022 National Population Housing Census questionnaire. With regards to the monitoring progress of coverage and quality of information collected, we have what we have decided is that we've decided to develop and implement workspaces and utilizing the hierarchical structure provided by the World Bank Survey Solutions software. And basically what this entails is ensuring that the respective officers, the enumerator, the supervisor, and the district manager, that this affords there to be several checkpoints in terms of the data that is collected and the final data that will be uploaded to the headquarters. So this series of checks has enhanced the quality of data that has been collected. Added to that, there have been instances where we had to enable the recording feature on survey solutions, and where we may suspect that an officer may not be collecting the information or may not be collecting the correct information. In instances like that, what we've decided to do is that we've actually utilized the recording feature. So for instance, in a recent situation, we were informed by a supervisor that there was an enumerator who for entire section of a community, the completed questionnaire he submitted indicated that all the buildings there were abandoned, and we found that to be strict. So what we decided is that we enable the recording feature, and what it proved to us is that enumerator never visited any of the buildings there, and he just resorted to just identifying the buildings as being vacant. So that allowed us to ensure that before we updated the data that he presented and just accepted it as being factual, that we were able to ensure that data was verified, and then it was not accepted as it was being presented by the officer. The other step that we've taken to monitor progress of coverage and quality information is the recording and verification of the GPS. This allows us to ensure that the officer in question has visited the building, and we were able to do so by ensuring that the correct GPS that is provided is actually correct in that regard. With regards to recommendations, when we initially budgeted for the census in 2019, the budget at that time stood at a certain amount. And when we recommenced our preparations in 2022, that amount was far short of what was actually required. And what accounted for the significant increase was in terms of wages, and we had to ensure that we were able to source the additional funding that would now be required to conduct a successful census. So one of the recommendations is to ensure that any budget that's being currently prepared for any upcoming census, that it takes into account or it makes allowances for the prevailing increases in costs experienced globally. Related to that is the procurement of equipment, tablets, software. We did experience some delays. Fortunate for us, those delays didn't run into the actual data collection, and those delays were minimal, and we were able to receive the tablets and other software in time for the data collection. but it would be advisable that any procurement of equipment that is done with sufficient time to cater for any delays. Importantly, what we realize is that with regards to the selection of enumerators, there should be some sort of balance between persons and officers that are tech savvy and those that are mature. What our experience have brought to bear thus far is that the younger the youth, the younger persons tend to be the more tech savvy ones, but the maturity and the attitude is one that doesn't complement the execution of their duties out in the field. However, persons who are mature are not as tech savvy as we would like them to be in terms of being able to navigate the devices, the tablet and the questionnaire. So what we've found is that in the selection of enumerators, it's important that some sort of balance is met with regards to tech savvy and mature persons. And finally, with regards to the engagement of the communication consultant, what we found is that the communication consultant, the value that he brought does not only relate to public awareness of the census and the importance, but we've had some instances where we actually had to utilize this service and it was to the benefit of the census. And I can give several examples, and I'll just give one. We experienced some delays accessing some of the funds to pay some of the enumerators, trainers, and some of the suppliers or services, caterers. And those delays led to some frustrations on the part of those suppliers. And this frustration started getting out there in the public. And we had to ensure that we address it by putting out some press release that would inform the public as it relates to the procedures that are in place to access the funds and to ensure that those outstanding payments would be made in the quickest possible time. And this worked well for us. There was another instance where there was the involvement of an officer, an enumerator who visited one of a household, and in visiting that household, he did not adhere to the protocols that we have in place in terms of ensuring that, that he wears his mask, he has his gloves, he's sanitized, and then that respondent was very concerned. And then we had to resort to putting out a press release accompanied by a video indicating that we have procedures in place as relates to the protocols that have been endorsed and approved by the chief medical officer. And it was just that enumerator in question that decided not to adhere to those protocols. So the engagement of a communication consultant in the times that we now live in, which are definitely not normal times, I would definitely recommend that an engagement of a competent communication consultant is taken on board. With that said, this is the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. En aras del tiempo, estamos un poco atrasados.
We're running a little late, so we're going to skip the comments part and then link it together with the conclusions and closure of the session. And now we're going to move on to the country discussion. And we will begin with Jamaica, Carol Hoy, Paraguay, Ivan Ojeda, and the Dominican Republic, Miosotis Rivas. He apologizes, Eduardo. Your if you would like to finish in 2 minutes your presentation, because we're running late. Yes, so just 1 minute.
No need of the PowerPoint, as I said, is there. And the Gradipop, I mentioned UNFPA, IDB was also very important. Jose Antonio is there, so hi, Jose Antonio. And I'm sure in the end, the message is that we'll have at least 3 devices, the post-enumeration, the Gradpop, and the GIS schemes to mix them up and access coverage. But it's important in the way, the conclusion, that several of the points, Brazil is it's a big country, but several of the points presented by the St. Lucia case that I got just the end are going on in the operational. We have this specificity that we lack enumerators, we will have to have creativity there, but communication must that says that man bites a dog, a tail dog, is more of a news than dog bites a man, is going on in Brazil with the social media, and it's terrible. And also the budgetary questions, as well as the IT wage bill payments, all sorts of payments. We are doing very well, given the size of the operation, but just 1 day of delay, sometimes because the person didn't type the social security number well, creates a big. But we have to be calm. We are doing the right thing, and I take the opportunity of discussing with you here. Thank you.
Gracias, Eduardo.
Thank you, Eduardo. Now, yes, we will move on to the discussion of countries that will soon implement the census: Jamaica, Paraguay, Iván Ojeda, and Dominican Republic, Miosotis Rivas. Yeah, we had foreseen asking a couple of questions, but now I, on account of the time, will sum up in just one question. So please bear in mind the time. I would say, what changes were necessary in the conceptual design of these and the census operation for implementation on account of the COVID-19 pandemic? What communication strategies have you implemented, or what novelties have you adopted with regard to the themes that are addressed with the census? And so all the questions that we had, we've sort of pulled them into this one. We'll begin with Jamaica, if you agree. Carol Coy. Carol, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yes,
okay.
perfect.
All right. In the case of Jamaica, one of our biggest changes was in our mode of training. Because of COVID, we usually do a face-to-face prior to, but because of COVID, we transitioned to training in an online situation. And with the online, we partnered with our university to develop an online training session. So most of a significant portion of our training has been done online. So that is one of the biggest changes. As has been mentioned by a lot, it has been affected by the budget has been impacted in the sense that we now have to expend on protective gear, hand sanitizers, masks, because you have to be careful of going into households. Some households are very wary of persons coming because of COVID-19. So these are additional expenditures that we have to do. With regards to the questionnaire and the mode, that has not changed, because even prior to COVID, we were going to use tablet computers, and this is basically our main mode of data collection. So this has remained the same. But as I said, it's the issue of the training modality that has changed significantly based on COVID, and how do we interact with the public. Communication also has to change because we have to be assuring the Jamaican public that we are taking into account the what can happen because of COVID. So those are the main impact of COVID on our census, apart from changing the date and impacting the budget. Thanks.
Thanks, Carol. Ivan Ojeda. Thank you very much, Chair. A warm greeting through you to all colleagues and representatives of national statistical offices that are present at this meeting, and also greet Rolando Ocampo and the whole ECLAC team, and likewise multilateral agencies and the other entities present at this meeting. Paraguay is poised for its 8th population and housing census, and for its 4th indigenous census that will be conducted in parallel. We have also chosen a de facto census for the first week of November. The pandemic generated a considerable delay for the approval of the budgets. In addition to the difficulties of field operations catering for or in view of the emergency health situation, this implied the suspension of certain initiatives and some tests and other partial suspensions, and this led to the need to review the contents of the questionnaire that had been originally proposed, limiting its contents to essential variables in order to characterize the population in Paraguay. Likewise, in order to have everything that was necessary to have sustainable data and population projections that may be easily understood and provide sufficient time to complete the burden of work allocated to that day when the census was conducted. And likewise, this was an opportunity for countries to modernize public management, and Paraguay in that sense has promoted the construction of a geo portal, enabling us to have statistical information at a territorial level and the use of AI in order to code economic activities and the use of satellite information, and the technology that enables us to have the silhouette or the outline of buildings. In terms of communication, the strategy of the census is primarily to present via short and yet messages, yet with high impact at the importance of the population and housing census. In that sense, we bet on highlighting the benefits of the census activities for our country. And likewise, we seek a tone that brings together our whole population in a so-called civic feast, which is what the census represents. And that's what we try to use all existing communications channels, both in the mass media and in alternative medias, community medias, digital medias, and especially the social media. The audiovisual messages play a very important role in order to awaken the interest of the public. In our statistical office in Paraguay is present in the platforms of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and soon in TikTok. In fact, we will be holding the first census round with social media for the first time. And we seek to establish the slogan of Aime, which in Guarani, which is our native language, means I am here, referring to the fact that all inhabitants of Paraguay say we are present here during this census. And we also intend to make available a census page with two main subsites. The first one, a recruitment web for enumerators and supervisors that will also act as a repository for distance training. And likewise, we also foresee the launching of a subsite which is called Transparent Census,
so that citizens may have control of not only how funds are used, but so that they may also be aware of how the census is progressing in each one of the departments of our country. And we also highlight institutional strengthening, and especially of the area of communication, both in terms of human talent and in terms of technological equipment that has been incorporated, as well as the careful task of diagnosing communications management, where Paris 21 has been of tremendous support, and that gives rise to a whole series of guidelines that have to be adhered to in the next few years, and that becomes the first communication strategy for our statistical office, aligned with our national strategy for statistical development for the year 2021-2030. That is a way how we are preparing in Paraguay for the next population and housing census. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic now. Dear Miosotis, thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to greet you and also greet the different delegations of countries, also greet UN organizations and other partners for the development that are accompanying us today. I would like to comment, see, I'll have a little bit of water, that I became a General Director of the National Statistical Office in August 2020, 2 years after the, and 2 years have gone by. And in the first discussions that I had, especially with the UN Population Fund, that meant that we took a whole series of decisions framed not only within the issue that the pandemic was a health crisis, it was also an economic crisis, and recovery strategies have made evidence that the main challenges that we face in our countries is in evidence-based decision making. And in consequence, we were weak in terms of our information systems in order to plan both the present and the future in a much more convincing fashion. For that purpose, to think about changes as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, that not only meant generating information enabling us to better understand this phenomenon, but also to have quality data and timely data as detailed as possible, and also with wide coverage, and speedily enabling us to have data available that will enable us to continue to develop public policies, enabling us to face the future with greater certainties. Now, referring to the question in terms of the conceptual design, you ask about deaths as a result of COVID-19 in order to establish the number of people that have died as a result of the pandemic, and especially to see the households where there has at least been one death as a result of COVID, and so that we can subsequently, during the data processing, obtain information from that in operational terms, and taking into consideration the institutional challenge that we face in order to have quality information at hand. We introduced ITC technology in different parts of the process, cartography that was completely digitalized, a strategy to collect from CAPI to CAPI, and with everything that has to do hybrid training, as we have seen also in other countries, a recruitment process that was completely digitalized through a platform designed for this purpose. And I would like to share a piece of data with you. Yesterday, we had 143,000 people registered on this platform, and we require 150,000. And 76% or 74% of these are women. And that accounts also for the issue of unemployment and what it represents for women, the issues of care and the opportunities of having temporary employment. Likewise, we have worked in the design of systems for all aspects related to the monitoring and follow-up of the operations in the field, and the training and the collection of information is being done adhering to all the protocols that have been suggested by the WHO, by PAHO, and by the Ministry of Health of the Dominican Republic. And we have also made available to the citizens a campaign, and this began via the social media and using all the mass media, and in coordination with our communications authority in the Dominican Republic, we have included a course that we have called I Know About Census, with a model that introduces people to statistics, a module about introduction to censuses, a module that has to do with the ethics of a public official, and everything that is related to the whole series of soft skills that we need to create and need to attract for those that will be working with us, with the population. Of the novelties that we have included in terms of the census, we have the issue of ethnic and racial self-identification. We will be the last country in the region in Latin America that incorporates this aspect into its census. We have already done this in a 2021 household survey, the identity number, in order to strengthen administrative records, the use of ITCs, the issue of disability, and all this has been based on the Washington Group framework, issues related to sources of supply for the household, the presence of the mother and the father in the household. We thank you all for the accompaniment by the UN Population Fund and by CELADE that have accompanied us in the Dominican Republic, but also the statistical offices of Chile, Costa Rica, Panama, among others, and also Mexico, that have accompanied us very closely, and with whom we have been able to share experiences within the framework of this process. Argentina was also very important, everything that we got to know about their campaign. So thank you very much for this support that we have received, and we will soon be able to share with you some of our results. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sotis, and I apologize for being for shortening times instead of conclusions. What we will do is to open up the floor to see if countries or entities wish to express something. We do ask all of you to be very, very concise. And those participating at a virtual level can also ask for the floor. Venezuela. Thank you, Chair. A greeting from Mr. Rolando Campo, Statistical Director of CEPAL, representatives of different UN entities, distinguished representatives of countries that participate either face-to-face or virtually in this important event. You will receive a warm welcome from the Venezuelan people and the government, the constitutional government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We're very happy to participate in this 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. For us, it is a great pleasure to share with us today the fact that our country is living the experience of the birth of a national geographic statistical system. And this is the 15th population and housing census, which has become the first stone for this system, and forged based on the real estate ID, which is an instrument around which we build the architecture of interrelated architecture of all and each single building of our country, which is referenced and with a unique QR code, which enables the space for the measurement of human interrelations that enable us to establish communication links between the different actors of society. This statistical system gives us rise to a robust and efficient system to measure the scientific reality of our country, expanding its modernization parameters and indicators that are timely, and for the comprehensive diagnosis of reality, and also to monitor the variables of construction of the social and economic development plan of our nation, and the sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda of the UN system. Likewise, we seek to develop the logic of articulation and connection of registration and national information systems in a process of integrating statistical operations for decision-making, developing and promoting critical thinking of geography and the development of spatial and temporal data of our country. The cartographic and digitalized update of this and the incorporation of the QR code, which enables us the single identification of real estate units, constitutes a tremendous step in order to establish a basis for a modern statistical and geographic system.
Censo de población y vivienda.
Planning and execution of the census, 3,000 nodes throughout the country constantly, and with which the institutions of national states will have the territorial infrastructure to carry out their statistical operations and also administrative. The planning Planning and execution of the 15th census was affected by the pandemic originated by COVID-19, and in addition, the coercive unilateral measures, the economic blockade that our country has suffered for several years. All of this is part of the variables in the context of the census collection in relation to all national and international standards. We should highlight the employment in our country as forms of register, geo-referencing of communities, community of public policies, among others. The census in Venezuela has been carried out constructing a fragmented data structure, which is very efficient for logistics, spatial location, 3,000 nodes in the territory, and together with a network of 20,000 constant units for data collection as the pivot of a new national geographic system, which will allow social spatial stratification with a greater level of scope, depth of data, and the potential for correlation variables. In the midst of the difficulties that we've had, the challenge and opportunity for the development typical of a fourth-generation census has led us to apply our own applications in order to carry out the geographical location and the census form and questionnaire and the construction of the national dictionary of communities, identification of social and urban characteristics and georeference. These will be able to be used for public policies in the future. And also, we carried out the self-enrollment methodology that has allowed us to speed up not only the modernization of census processes as a real-time visualization of data collection. And to conclude, we join the efforts of the census round of countries and are prepared to share our experience in the construction of the national geographical statistical system and request the valid and sharing of experiences that this space offers for geographical census and others. We thank AirPlats, the LIRU, and FDA, and all agencies from whom we receive support for the development of the 15th census in our country. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Perú.
Thank you. Peru is now recognized. Thank you, Chairman. My greetings to all colleagues of the statistics offices and all colleagues on international agencies. I would like to make a comment. I believe that statistics offices face the greatest challenge in these coming census rounds. Never before have we had the challenges that we are facing today. Past de facto censuses, when we mobilized the population and with the methodology that we had for decades and decades, we learned how to do censuses using the traditional method. However, now our countries have changed. They have been changing prior to COVID, but COVID has made that change always greater. Peru will be carrying out its next census, we're hoping in 2025. We're promoting that it be the 2025 census. On August 31st, we should have a clearer idea whether we can or not do it in 2025. We will be moving from a traditional census to a totally different process with innovation, changes in the methodology, very deep, and where we will no longer have 600,000 odd census takers and have 40,000. We will no longer do it one day, but 2 months. We will go from pyramid training toward, I believe he says, bimodal training. We've never done anything of the type, and so this is the greatest challenge facing our National Statistics Office, and we're going to use all elements associated to ICTs, but this requires not only a change in methodology and change in technology, but a cultural change, a major cultural change within the institution. I was in Argentina observing the census, very successful digital census carried out in Argentina. But I also saw that the census has to do not only with statistics and the government, but we need the census to be of the entire population, not just the executive, but of the entire nation. And it must be something that allows the census to be taken up with the ownership of the entire population. I'm talking of the Ministry of Education to include it in the school curriculum at least once a quarter within the civil education subject. I would like to ask the people from CELADE or ECLAC to have a repository, a website, or something of the kind, so that we could have all census experiences in our countries, especially those that are already being carried out, so that we can share, as Martha said, what the good things that we've done, the things we did more or less, and what we should not do. I know that the realities in our country vary a lot, and having a census in a flat country is relatively easy in comparison to a country that has mountains, jungle, lakes, and a very difficult geography. And so that is why I would like to ask Selago and ECAC we could have that repository, comparative, hopefully, to include the differences in the outcomes of the forecasts, projections, and the real data in order to explain to public opinion and everyone, the entire collectivity, that there will always be differences and that we should have as a benchmark what was done by other countries in order to explain appropriately things in the best way possible. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Ecuador. Thank you, Chairman, for this space, and I will be very brief. I merely wanted to greet CLAC and the authorities, representatives of UN agencies, colleagues, and authorities of the National Statistics Offices. My greetings to Jose Bernardo Pinto on behalf of our Executive Director, Castillo. And as you know, in Ecuador, we are having a very ambitious project, 8th population census, 7th in housing, and #1 of communities to be carried out within the month of October and December this year. First, I would like to thank all of you in this case for the support that's been given by CELADE and the support being given by the UN agencies and the National Statistics Offices with constant technical assistance. In this sense, the second part that I would like to say, as Simone said this morning, is to, in this case, invite you to take part as observers in this very important exercise for our country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chile. And I would also like to thank you for hosting the meeting. Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to greet our colleagues here who are those in person and online. I would like to speak about the network for the transfer of knowledge in order to emphasize the point raised by our colleague in Peru. And in fact, we already have a space for that. Tomorrow, in the presentation I will be making on this network, we will be giving further details. The countries are already sharing their experience via the community around, and also there is a community where disseminating real-time and other tools for our data reduction. So I would like to invite you all to make the most of the community and use this network for the sharing of knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know, we have any other country or online? No? Well, in that case, we will move on to it. Very briefly, understanding the relevance of the economic questions for the stratification of the framework, census framework, to design the household surveys and labor surveys or the other modules in these survey on living conditions. We have been providing technical assistance to Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Uruguay in order to safeguard the consistency of the economic questions and within the conceptual framework of the 19th set, and to have uniformity between the census and the labor surveys. And so we're providing all technical assistance to countries that may require it. Thank you. Thank you. It seems we have no further requests of the floor. We will now move on to the recess, and I don't know where the next meeting will be held. Yes, we will now be breaking for lunch, and the meeting of the executive committee will begin tomorrow at in the same room tomorrow at 9:30. But today, as of 2:30 p.m. in the sales of Furtado room just below, we will be having the seminar beyond GDP, statistical for the development, and we thank you to be punctual because 2:30 is when the panelists that will begin online have been invited for that time. Thank you.
¿Qué es lo que apareció en el 1? En la que adelante, cuando se fue. ¿Qué imagen apareció? ¿Alguna cámara?
Mira, en la anterior apareció el zoom y ahora me estoy viendo yo, acá, con la cámara de esa, si no me equivoco, es la 2.
A ver, con la cámara 2.
Sí.
Ya. Y en la 1 aparecía el zoom.
A ver.
Ahora yo voy a ponerlo aquí. Disculpe, voy a ponerlo aquí.
Zoom.
Ese es zoom.
Sí.
Perfecto. Ya. Y en el 2 te salía una cámara. ¿Estás seguro que es la de aquí?
La 2.
La de atrás tuyo. Ah, ya, el programa. Ah, te sale el programa, perfecto. Ya. Ya te puedo decir ahí, y qué contigo. Yo de ahí me pongo a revisar la interpretación.
¿Ya?
¿Vale? Bueno.
Voy a hablar en el Zoom. Probando, 1, 2, 3. Ya, Marco, ¿me escucha en la cabina española? ¿Está en inglés? Voy. Ahí, escucho inglés perfecto. ¿Me escuchas, Marco? Vale, estamos.
Marco, ¿ya hiciste el cambio? Mándame un PowerPoint cualquiera. A través del sistema. A través del sistema, sí.
Sí, lo que pasa es que no lo estoy tirando del final del video, estoy mandándolo directo de la entrada. Las áreas de auxilio. Para no intervenir.
¿Directo de qué entrada?
De intervenir.
Hola, les pedimos por favor ya tomar sus asientos. Estamos por empezar. Paso la palabra.
I'd like to offer the floor to the moderator of this seminar, Dr. Graciela Marquez, who is president of INEGI, will act as the moderator of this panel. You have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I greet you from Santiago, Chile, for those of you that are with us virtually, and obviously I greet all of you who are here face to face. I would like to convey my greetings to you as well. Good afternoon, President Marcos Laviaga, President of the Statistical Conference of the Americas and Director of the Statistical Division of ECLAC at Orlando Campo. Dear directors of national statistical offices, representatives of UN agencies and regional institutions and multilateral entities. Dear friends, all colleagues, may you all be very welcome to the seminar Beyond GDP, Statistical Challenges of Measuring Development. This seminar falls within the framework of the 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. I would like to begin before I introduce the participants of this important seminar. I would like to begin with some introductory remarks. First of all, I would like to ask ourselves, what is GDP? It seems to be something obvious, but please allow me to give you a very concise answer to this question. For me, GDP is one of the best tools to measure, if not the best tool to measure economic activity. Nothing much, nothing more, but nothing less. Built with a solid methodological basis over 8 decades, this measurement has been refined and improved in order to capture data in different contexts and vis-a-vis technological changes. Its global adoption, the global adoption of the GDP, impacted on how we understand the growth of countries, of regions, and of the world as a whole. With each review of the national accounts system, we provide solutions to new challenges, and we strengthen a real global public good. The GDP, our way to measure economic activity, I repeat. And as responsible for national statistical offices, we every day generate information around many other issues beyond economic aspects, and we do that for decision making by society and also by different government authorities. Every time with greater accuracy and greater detail and very close to multidisciplinary conquests of development. In this century, the 21st century, we have found evident gaps and crises that have had a tremendous impact for inhabitants in the planet, and the present cannot undermine the future possibilities. On the contrary, the impact of our actions must take into account the sustainable solutions and how we link up to sustainable solutions. As the pandemic has shown us, the interrelationship between different dimensions of development produce complex results that are usually multidirectional in nature, and to ignore them, that would prevent us from producing the necessary information in order to cater for present and future challenges. Fortunately enough, going beyond the GDP doesn't start from scratch. We have very relevant assets for this task. And considering the conceptual development over the past decades, we now have methodology standards and metrics that relate to socioeconomic, environmental, technological, and cultural dimensions. However, bringing those elements together is not an easy task. Our direction is obviously the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now, doing that, reflecting on that, is one of the many tasks of this seminar, to present where we are in terms of statistical information so that we can support the generation of an indicator that in turn reflects complexities, but that is also possible to produce in the largest number of countries. And all of that with what we already have and with what we need to generate. And all this is done because we need to provide the present and the future with a better cumulus of information, better information assets, so to speak, for decision-making purposes. And I would like to conclude these reflections before I offer the floor to our participants by saying that if we were able to do this 80 years ago, when for the first time ever we generated the national accounts system, and within this we were able to generate the manuals that have enabled us to estimate the GDP. If we were able to do this 80 years ago, we can certainly do that during this third decade of 21st century. Allow me then to begin with our seminar by welcoming our first participant in this seminar, who is Anupel Tola, who is the acting director of statistics of UNCTAD, where she coordinates the methodological tasks and the capacity building for trade statistics and development and SDG indicators under the custodianship of the UNCTAD, and among others, illicit trading and South-South cooperation. Our presenter also supervises projects to develop new statistics, for example, on gender equality in international trade, and contributes to the initiatives of the UN system as a whole, such as Beyond the GDP, which is the issue that we will discuss today, and the global governance of data. Before that, she participated in the meeting of statistical offices of UNESCO and took part in the production of a guideline on statistical legislation, the value of official statistics and statistics on climate change. Her prior experience was in the statistical office in Finland, where she worked for a whole decade in economic trade and household statistics. So may you be very welcome, Anu Peltola, who now has the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, buenas tardes a todos, estimados colegas.
Good afternoon, everyone, dear colleagues.
So let me share the screen with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you about the UN Secretary General's initiative on Beyond GDP and the resulting UN system-wide contribution on progress towards Beyond GDP. This work was launched at the realization that we need a new policy, a new paradigm, and metrics to tackle today's challenges as we are faced by multiple crises, climate change, environmental degradation and biodiversity loss, pandemic, conflict, and increasing inequalities. UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UN Statistics Division, and the UN Development Programme were asked to co-lead a preparation of this work within the United Nations system. As we all know, GDP is a strong headline indicator. It sits on top of the system of national accounts, is available for practically all countries and compiled according to harmonized practices. But it is just one aspect, and one indicator is not enough to address all our challenges. As statisticians, we are already working in that front, as was already mentioned here today. We are working every day to collect data and compile statistics on a range of aspects that cut across our lives and society. Right now, our planet is changing at a faster pace than at any other time in history. There is a sense of urgency. Climate science warns us of a rapidly closing window to secure our future. Human Development Index dropped for the first time after decades of gradual increase. We need a clear framework and strong metrics in addition to a policy commitment to assess progress from the broader perspectives of environmental, social, digital, distributional, and vulnerability aspects, so that we can go beyond income, beyond today, and beyond averages. This work builds on our common agenda report of the United Nations, which calls for action to urgently find measures of progress that complement GDP. SDG 17 makes a similar call. Therefore, the Chief Executive Board of the United Nations, where all the heads of UN entities meet, deliberated on this topic in November 2021 and decided that the UN system must come together to pool expertise on this topic. During the last bit more than 6 months, the UN system has worked together with the regional commissions, including ECLAC, to reflect on challenges of our member states, challenges we are facing, and to consider why and how urgently we need to go beyond GDP, to prepare the conceptual basis for valuing what counts and suggest next steps for the UN Secretary General at his request. Here is a timeline that shows that it has been a quick and demanding process to date to put the UN entities to work together in the same direction when we are faced with such challenges. But we have managed to engage the UN system and harness the expertise of the system, the findings of the research, and I'll share some thoughts about the recommendations we provide in the presentation and output we provide to the Secretary General. Now, this has been only preparatory work to inform the UN Secretary General and his deliberations with member states that are about to start. And this is the beginning of a process to which we are offering our backstopping. And statisticians play a key role here. We propose a value-based approach to complementing GDP towards inclusive, just, and sustainable development. The framework consists of 3 outcome elements and 3 process elements. The outcome elements are derived from the dimensions identified already in the Brundtland report, which was discussed by the UN General Assembly in 1987, and it also informed deliberations at the Rio +20 conference and the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Brundtland defined sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And the report also focuses on distributional justice. So we derive 3 elements from there: well-being and agency, to focus on well-being now; respect for life and the planet, to ensure possibilities for well-being in the future; reduced inequalities and greater solidarity, to work towards a more equal distribution of that well-being. Well-being now could be informed by flows, like data from the current account, sustainability of that well-being in the future by stocks, including from the assets account, so that we know how sustainable the use of assets is currently, considering the future generations. And inequalities would require more disaggregated data based on comprehensive statistical data infrastructures. Then we have 3 process elements that reflect on the 2030 Agenda and our common agenda. Similar approaches can be found in the academia and the recent research. For instance, Mariana Mazzucato's mission economy concept has some similar elements to the way in which we see economy here. The process elements highlight key environmental, social, and economic factors that we should consider when we think about progress in the broader sense. From vulnerability to resilience, it focuses on human interaction with the natural and built environment to strengthen preparedness and ensure the conditions for well-being, given the many risks that we face, not least climate change. Then we have participatory governance and stronger institutions to steer societies towards the outcomes, ensuring equal and safe societal conditions. Finally, innovative and ethical economies that will be to serve people and societies by fostering innovation and finding solutions to the challenges we face with responsible and ethical actions, and also by being inclusive in the economy that we have. This is really a synthesis of the UN system-wide contributions, consultations, and research that will be presented by the UN Secretary General for further discussions and target setting in the very near future. We prepared an intuitive mapping of the Beyond GDP topics and SDGs. We would like this all to build on what exists already, not to reinvent the wheel, and to reuse all the commitment, all the efforts, all the investment that has already been made in data and statistics, for instance. As you see, there are strong links to the outcome elements and the SDG indicators, particularly with respect for life and the planet, well-being and inequalities. They are really closely linked to the SDG indicators. There are a number of links to the topic of resilience and vulnerability, but somewhat less links to governance, and least to innovative and ethical economy. If we then look at the common agenda, the process elements are much more linked to the common agenda than to SDGs. Resilience, governance, and innovative and ethical economies get many links here. This is just intuitive, by no means a scientific mapping. This is just to illustrate that the idea is that this process would build on existing statistical frameworks, especially the 2025 System of National Accounts Update and Extension, and the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, and other statistical frameworks and indicator initiatives. Importantly, this will need to rely on capacity development, and the SDG indicators that countries have invested in will be an important starting point, a building block. But there are also other indicator initiatives that may need to be considered. Any data in the data universe in principle could inform progress beyond GDP. Therefore, we've set here some sort of a starting point criteria for assessing indicators for selection. They should be high quality indicators. I will say a few words on the criteria. So the framework could be informed by 10 to 20 headline indicators. The intention would be to have a limited set of indicators that can really complement GDP and provide similarly strong, clear messages about other topics that count, like inequalities or vulnerabilities. We are not suggesting which indicators should be selected. There would be a danger of cherry-picking indicators that please policymakers, unless there is first a discussion at the political level about the challenges countries are facing, the targets, and a commitment to be made to a change before we propose those indicators. Therefore, we propose here a set of criteria against which the indicators could be assessed. I will not go through all of them, just noting that it's important that the framework eventually be leaning on authoritative and trusted indicators that are comparable across time and countries, produced without any vested interests objectively, and are available for most countries, and that convey strong and actionable messages, putting people at the center. The set would start from what exists for most countries, but we also suggest a high level of ambition in addressing gaps where important issues are not measured. The headline indicators will be, in a sense, traffic lights. For deeper insights, one would have to dive into the statistical data sets. If we wanted to know about vulnerabilities and inequalities, we always need a strong basis, information basis in the national statistical systems. We will need both stock and flow indicators, and indicators that react in the short term, as well as indicators that show longer term trends, like human development. This is also working through enhancements to GDP and the updates to be done to the SNA, which I think Stefan will cover in his presentation. So I mentioned that we should have political discussions and commitment before indicator selection. It is anticipated now that the topic of beyond GDP be discussed at the summit of the future to consider current challenges and set a vision at the political level. This is a summit that is planned to take place within the next year or so. If then a new set of metrics needs to be selected to inform these efforts, this would require a technical, statistical, multidisciplinary process for a UN data agenda to set the indicators to measure progress. Update and extensions of SNA with countries' early engagement in testing would be very important for this work. And it will also be based on other statistics. Clearly, the need to support the countries' statistical capacity to fill gaps in priority areas will be very high and needs to be considered in all this work. So thank you very much. I think this is all part of the process that we need to consider the impacts of our actions in a more balanced way, not with just one measure, not just short-term goals or gains. A lot of this relates to how metrics like GDP are used, not so much about how they are compiled. GDP has kind of become a yardstick for success and failure, whether this was the intention or not. When resources are limited, we will need to consider possibilities for future growth and the well-being of future generations as well. Therefore, the statistics need to be able to convey both the pluses and minuses of activities that are taking place, also to reveal uncomfortable messages. And this is what we statisticians can do well. Thank you again for the invitation. I hope it was informative. And back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anu, for that panoramic view of the challenges that, from the viewpoint of statistics, has to do with this issue beyond GDP. And it has been revealed that these challenges come or should be accompanied by relevant decision-making with regard to next steps and how to accompany them in a comprehensive manner. Allow me now to continue with the seminar and hand over to our colleague and friend, known to all here, Stefan Schweinfest from the United Nations Statistics Division, and who, despite requiring no introduction, I will merely say that he has been at this division since 1989 after finishing his studies in economy and mathematics. There are several necessary stops and handovers in his CV, working in the area of national accounts, statistical programs, statistical capacity building, and known to many of us as the Secretary of the Statistics Commission of the UN. Since 2021, he's been one of the 3 co-leaders of the effort made with regard to this topic, and he is responsible for making recommendations regarding future work beyond GDP. And so, adding to what Anu has just said, I will now recognize Stefan Schweinfest. Welcome. Thank you very much, Graciela. It is always a pleasure to see you and be with all of you.
Congratulate that I think is a great decision. And let me also congratulate Anu, who just spoke before me, who has done the masterful job of bringing the thinking of the entire UN system together in one piece of paper. And I know my beloved UN system, how complex and complicated and colorful it can be. So I think the Secretary General is very lucky to have Anu, that she wrote this paper and pulled everything together. Now, let me start with a confession. Um, to be honest, when the Secretary General put this on his agenda for the second term, my first reaction was, oh no, please don't tell the Secretary General. And here is why I was first a little bit hesitant. I mean, of course, the SNA revision was already in process, and this is a 4-year process. And we have a budget of $5 million, and we have 4 international partners and many, many countries and experts from around the world who are helping us to go through this SNA review under the supervision of the Statistical Commission. And as a good old national accountant myself, I tend to become a little bit defensive when people talk about the GDP, and I always say, leave the poor GDP in peace. I mean, it's not the GDP's fault that it is being used for things that it was never designed for. And I was once joking to somebody, and I said, if you have a soup and you're trying to eat the soup with a fork, that's your problem, not the fork's problem. You're using the wrong instrument. And so, but okay. The other reason why I was not so happy to jump on a big discussion on beyond GDP was also because, as a director of the UN Statistics Division, we had just been through a process to define the SDGs. And I always said the SDGs and the indicators are the beyond GDP. Countries have decided what are their policy concerns, and we have decided what are the indicators over 200. And now we run a global program to help countries to build the capacity to get that type of information. And the third reason why I wasn't so happy to engage was that I said this is beyond GDP is really primarily a political process. And the people who know me, they know that political is not a term that I use fondly. I mean, for me, that's not a positive term. And as I get old and grumpy, I become even more intolerant of long political discussions of people who never agree on anything. But after working a little while with intelligent and nice people like Anu, I was convinced that it is important that the United Nations needs to make a contribution, and in particular, the statisticians of the United Nations need to make a contribution. And first of all, we have invented the GDP. We have given the world the GDP over many, many years. And so we should also be in charge of, and we have already done a lot to go beyond GDP. And we do not, I always insist it's not only GDP, and we all know that, it's the whole system of national accounts, which is already in its current form underutilized. Um, we need to do a better job sometimes, though, to sell our own stuff. We have already developed tools, and the system of economic environmental accounting is one classical example. And we need to explain why the system of national accounts is actually a good starting point and should not be thrown away. On the contrary, when we go beyond GDP, we should step on the system of national accounts and go beyond that and build on it. And maybe this is also even a smart way to get money for the implementation when we have the 2025 SNA. Because if we go around and we try to sell that we have a new version of the system of national accounts, um, nobody will be getting particularly excited beyond the national accounts community. But if we argue that we are laying the foundations in a systematic way to have an integrated measure of well-being, sustainability, the economy, the social sphere, and the environment, I think we will get a lot more attention. So I've come to the conclusion that it is really our job, the Statistical Commission, to do more work on that, and we need to lead this work. We also need to listen, because obviously this has to be driven by the policy side, by the users, but we need to lead. We cannot leave this to somebody else. And I'm confident that our community can do that, because after all, the world owes the GDP to us, and the GDP is solid, is good, perhaps even too good for its own good, because it is well defined, because it is comparable across the whole globe. The GDP from Bhutan can be immediately compared to the GDP of Paraguay. And because the whole world worked on this together. And the other important strength of the GDP is it is country owned. It is not a number that is calculated somewhere in New York or in Washington or in Brussels or anywhere else. Each country has agreed on the methodology and calculate their own GDP. And those are the strengths of the GDP, and we need those to use those. The Statistical Commission has built that edifice, and we need to build on that for all the um, measures that go beyond GDP. Now, let me talk a little bit about the system of national accounts and what is going on anyway. And we will hear more about that and in more detail during other presentations in the afternoon. As you all know, the system of national accounts is now in its fifth incarnation, going all the way back to 1953. It's always been a tool of the UN Statistical Commission. And since the 1993 edition, which was the third update, it is managed by the so-called Intersecretariat Working Group on National Accounts, which brings together not only the United Nations, but the World Bank, the IMF, OECD, and the European Union. So this is important because one of the important objectives of the 2025 revision was to revise not only the SNA alone, but all the macroeconomic accounting standards. So we are working together with the IMF so that the balance of payments, the governance finance statistics manual, all of those elements that you know that are part of the big picture of economics, the description of the economic universe, that we are working in conjunction. So that is one important element of the 2025 SNA. We started that process in 2021 with the Statistical Commission. And I should tell you that at this moment, there are over 300 experts in 10 task teams working on the details, the technical details of the new system of national accounts. So this train is well in motion. It is well oiled. It runs very much like the last processes, 1993, 2008. And it looks at the main drivers in the economic spheres were, of course, the phenomena of globalization and digitalization. So those are the key topics that will be included in the 2025 SNA. But the train does not stop there. And there is a whole work program already in the SNA revision on well-being and sustainability, because it was clear to all of us that the economic sphere is not standing by itself. It is closely connected to the human sphere and to the natural sphere. So in addition to what you could call traditional research topics like financial issues, Islamic financing, informal economy, so that are some of the technical work streams under the SNA. We also have work streams on well-being and sustainability. So it is already, and it has been included since last year in the work program of the SNA review. But we should be realistic. The SNA will primarily serve to measure the economic sphere, and that has been, it's a proven tool, and it will stay that way. And we want to maintain that fundamental strength of it being a framework and a system. But we are aware that we need to go beyond that. I mean, I don't want to enter into technical details, but of course, the microeconomic units of the system of national accounts are the households and the establishments. And what we need to, we have many other areas in the social sphere in particular where we want to focus on the individual, sort of go drill down below the household level, understand who in a household may have actually been benefiting from the income that the household has generated. Now, the SNA in its classical form only gives us the aggregate information, but there are ways to use the same logical framework and to extend it. And we have already done that, and you all know that in the system of environmental and economic accounting, that we have added natural capital, and we have used the system of imputations of values. We have gone beyond the monetary values that are, of course, at the core of the system of national accounts. And we have used the same logic and framework and methodology to extend it to the system of environmental and economic accounting. And just in the same way, we can extend the system of national accounts, and that is the idea, and that we will incorporate in the 2025 revision proposals of how this can be done in a globally consistent and uniform way to break down the national accounts information even further to the individual level, to show distributional elements, to address the gender dimension. And I think we will see in the course of this afternoon a number of examples how countries have already done that. So what we are trying to do here is to get the best of both worlds. We have at the center the systems approach, the framework that is coherent, uniform, and global, and we build on it, we integrate relevant environmental and social information elements that will give us the tools to address a lot more of the burning policy questions that we have at this moment. So 5 areas that will be explicitly part of the 25 SNA of distribution of household income, consumption, saving, and wealth, unpaid household work, service work, labor, education, and human capital, health and social conditions, and environmental economic accounting. So these are elements that will be part of the 2025 SNA. Now, I think this is the most pragmatic way forward. It may be desirable to, in the longer term, on a medium and long term, to develop a fully extended framework where all the information elements are included. But I do not believe at this point it is realistic. I think the more practical way forward at this point is to keep the core and build extended modules on top of it, and try to do that in a meaningful, uniform way so that we can also have a conversation across the globe, learn from each other, aggregate data across a region to have a meaningful analysis, for instance, of regional development. So this is where we stand right now with the system of national accounts. We have a website where we have, of course, all the information of what's happening, the various task teams. You will find that on, I have prepared a few background slides that will be made available. And so there you can find all the information of what is currently going on with the revision of the system of national accounts. And I can tell you, we are calling it the 2025 system of national accounts, but those who know the timetable, they know that that means that the ambition is in March 2025 to adopt the system of national accounts in the Statistical Commission session. That, of course, means calculating backwards that the whole book, which is currently about 700, 800 pages, will have to be ready somewhere in the middle or the end of 2024. And that means I can tell you that a lot of the drafting is already going on right now, because one of the fundamental principles is that that the whole process is done in a very open and transparent and consultative process. And I'm very grateful in particular to our friends in the regional commissions who help us to do regional consultations with countries to make sure that whatever comes out at the end really addresses the situations and the needs of the countries, and also finds a consensus. But as I said, the summer of 2024, when we basically have to have concluded and completed this whole process, is not that far away. If you are interested to participate in any form or shape, we are of course always welcome. And I'm looking forward to completing. I started my career with an SNA review in 1989. We were just heading for 1993. It looks a little bit that there's a possibility that I may end my career at the United Nations in 2025 with a new SNA. So I have, my heart is in this, and I thank you for the opportunity to share this important program of work with you.
Muchísimas gracias, Stefan.
Thank you, Stefan. We thank you for this outlook that you have provided us of the well-oiled machinery of the national accounts, the system of national accounts and its connection with the Beyond GDP initiative. We are certainly all very clear on the fact that this artifact, this 21st century statistical artifact, has been improved and has expanded in order to better capture changes in its context. And this will not be the exception. I believe that the work that is being done towards version 25 of the system of national accounts reflects that. But we will also have to be ready to provide, to establish a link with this new discussion of the new concerns that we have both now and for the future. The time has come to open up the floor for comments and questions by participants, be that for those that are here face to face or for those that are following us virtually. So I would like to offer the floor for comments and questions about the presentations that we have heard. I don't know whether anyone is reviewing this. Well, perhaps somebody could check if we are receiving questions via Zoom. Colombia, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mrs. Marquez, and thank you very much, everyone, for suggesting that we are able to hold this discussion with contributions from Anu and Stefan. We would like to highlight the importance of the key messages of the presentation, and that is the link between statistical development and political dialogue. In Anu's presentation, it was possible to identify how a whole series of criteria are being used in order to define those indices, those indicators, and we believe that within the framework of the UN, discussions are being held for the definition of an indicator, a multidimensional vulnerability indicator promoted by the General Secretary, and we believe it's very important that there be a political dialogue that is not just held in the air, but based on the process that is already underway following that major effort, and that we may hold discussions that focus on the importance of statistical development and on official statistics, and that we don't only talk about the data in general terms. Thank you very much. Anu, and maybe you could perhaps explain the link between these two initiatives, these very high-level initiatives, in order to take note of that. Thank you very much. If we don't have any more comments or questions, I'd like to offer the floor to Anu so that she could comment on what has just been mentioned by Colombia. Anu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Colombia, for the questions. It is very, very clear that official statistics have to be in the core of the development of indicators to inform the framework for beyond GDP, for valuing what counts. And while we have not said that official statistics are the only source of information that can inform this framework, we've set really clear criteria that are based on the criteria, the quality criteria of official statistics. And also that it's important that the statistics and indicators that inform the framework be produced by professionally independent entities without any vested interests. So this is key to having the reliable data for the framework. We don't want policymakers to start wasting time debating whether the indicators are reliable or not. So that's a really crucial role for the statistical community to play. So I very much agree with Stefan also when he made these points that this is really something that statistical offices, statisticians should be leading globally. On the statistical development and policy dialogue links, definitely these processes have to be linked. We see that there should be a technical process led by statisticians that would be multidisciplinary and bring together all the expertise, pool the best experts globally from countries to work on the indicator set. The policy dialogue would be slightly separate, but we need to listen the same way as Stefan was saying to the policy priorities, and the targets, the commitment has to come from the policy side, and then we can identify the indicators. Multidimensional vulnerability index is key. This has been also included on my slide where I talk about the data sources that could inform, including SDG indicators, SNA, and the system of national accounts, the framework. But I didn't mention it when I spoke. This is ongoing work that is in progress. I think it's really important that we ensure the technical scientific quality of the multidimensional vulnerability index. It is definitely one of the key developments that we have to keep an eye on. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. No, continuamos con recibiendo alguna otra intervención o pregunta de los participantes presenciales. De no haberla, vamos a continuar con la siguiente presentación. Tenemos ya un rezago de tiempo.
We do have a bit of a backlog in time, so I would like to thank Stefan and Anu for their presentations regarding this comprehensive view of where we stand and what should be the role of the statistical offices and how to better inform or this discussion at political level. But that this be done with the expertise and support of those who are producing the statistics. I am now pleased to introduce our next presentation by Greg Peterson from the Statistics Canada and the co-chair of the United Nations Network of Economic Statisticians. He will be speaking to us on findings of the Beyond GDP consultations of the Network of Economic Statisticians and the evolving Canadian data ecosystem towards an integrated framework for well-being, cohesion, and sustainability. Greg, as many of you know, is responsible for economic and environmental statistics at Statistics Canada. And among his responsibilities are ensuring the statistical system, ample and complex, covering all aspects of Canadian statistics, including industrial production, merchandise, investment, information related to energy and environment, among others. Greg, the floor is yours. Welcome to this seminar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buenos tardes, distinguidos colegas. Es un placer
Good
estar aquí
afternoon,
con
distinguished colleagues. It is a
ustedes
pleasure
hoy.
to be with you today.
My presentation to you today will be composed of three parts. First, sort of summarizing some work of the UN Network of Economic Statisticians on the Beyond GDP agenda. Following that, I'll talk very, very briefly about kind of the Canadian experience and then leave you with a few concluding thoughts. Just first, by way of background, the United Nations Network of Economic Statisticians was established by the Statistical Commission with the objective not necessarily of introducing an additional layer of governance, but rather to identify sort of new emerging issues and to help work on developing better coordination, facilitate networking, work on co-investment in order to make progress on priorities in order to help ensure that sort of the economic statistics program remains relevant. And when I speak of economic
Excuse me,
statistics,
Greg, are you sharing your screen?
I am attempting to, yes.
Because we haven't, we can see it.
You cannot?
No.
Let me try this again then.
Thank you. We have a suspicion, but I better ask.
Can you see it now?
Yes, now it's on the screen. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. So again, the objective of the Network of Economic Statisticians is to bring countries together to determine how we can better collaborate and co-invest, identify kind of emerging issues, and then move it to kind of existing committees and existing structures within the system in order to move the statistical agenda forward. The network operates through a series of thematic sprints in order to achieve defined outcomes. So we start activities with a defined beginning, a defined end, and we seek to find sort of tangible outcomes with each one of these sprints. We have run sprints on the acquisition of private sector data related to global value chains. We are undertaking one on the inclusion of housing in consumer price indexes, but the one that I want to talk to you about is the work that we have done on Beyond GDP. Now, Anu has given kind of a comprehensive overview of our common agenda. I would, when we undertook this subject matter in the network, it was with some awareness of what was happening on that front, and for sure influenced by what was happening on that front. But I should point out that what we did in this Beyond GDP sprint was sort of independent of that activity, independent, but it is for sure it is linked, and for certain, we want to make sure that everything comes together. In the interest of in the interest of transparency, I should, while I'm presenting as sort of co-chair of the Network of Economic Statisticians, the organization of this work was led by the United Kingdom and the United States. They took care of sort of this sort of series of meetings. Again, what the objective of this particular sprint was to take a look at sort of Beyond GDP, the same type of spirit as Anu had presented, but really not just taking a look at what we need to do to the system of national accounts in order to better represent Beyond GDP, but look more broadly into how we better represent linkages between the economy, society, and the environment. So if I can frame the issue, I think we have to acknowledge that there are a number of statistical bodies and organizations that are focused on updates to a range of different standards. Stefanos talked about updates to the SNA, but there are updates that are being made to sort of existing product and industrial classification systems. the development of national transfer accounts, as well as work that's happened with the system of environmental and economic accounts. And all of this work is happening and all of this work is important, but I think it's important to perhaps step back a little bit beyond these updates and consider what opportunities the new development of these standards will present. And the idea here is that, as we move forward, we should be probably thinking of a more integrated framework to approach statistics in a more multidisciplinary way. Again, not just taking a look at the economic growth that's measured in the SNA, but also taking a look at frameworks and standards for population, measurement of population, societal impact, and ecological footprint. A new kind of sort of presented these as sort of guiding principles, so I won't repeat them here. But in taking a look at the work that we did within the network, we were absolutely we were keen on making sure that we followed these same practices. But I would like to highlight kind of that point at the bottom. If we were to integrate all of this into, say, some type of global accounting framework, we should be thinking perhaps beyond just a collection of indicators, but think more in terms of a system of systems, so that we can think not just about the development of indicators, but think about kind of how we develop a more coherent measurement of well-being and bake in the ability to take a look at interrelationships. So if I can focus on kind of the work of the network on our sprint series on Beyond GDP, we ran kind of a series of 6 meetings. In each one of these, we decomposed Beyond GDP to sort of a number of component parts. We started with a measurement of capital. And taking a look at various ways in which we can take a look at wealth. And we paid particular attention to intangible assets, data as an asset, natural capital, and human capital. The idea being here, if we took more of an inclusive wealth approach to kind of the measurement of things, if we do a better job of measuring wealth or measuring capital, then we can do a better job of measuring kind of the relationships between these types of capital and take a look at trade-offs between things like economic growth and impact on natural capital. We moved on to a meeting talking about distributional and well-being initiatives associated with the SNA updates. And in our sprint meeting number 2, we focused on country experiences on kind of the extension of sort of household accounts. And we saw kind of examples coming from countries like the United States, Costa Rica, and France on how we might include those sort of incorporate some of the extensions that we're talking about in the 2025 revision to the SNA. We moved from there to kind of pushing the frontier beyond what we're talking about in the revision of the SNA. And here we were taking a look at how we might modernize time use surveys to better measure well-being. We started taking a look at better ways in which we could address unpaid household work, and we benefited from Mexico's experience. And finally, we were taking a look at the measurement of well-being through sort of the level of living, sort of research that's being undertaken in that sphere. Moving on, we studied the socio-demographic disaggregation national the socio-demographic disaggregation national accounts with a focus on national transfer accounts and how we can draw links to links between population statistics and economic statistics. From there, we moved to work that different countries and organizations are taking in the development of indexes and other types of indicator frameworks on sort of what the state of play is and how we might incorporate that into our work. And our final meeting, our Sprint Series 6, focused on summaries and conclusions, where we brought speakers together from the 5 previous sprints to reflect on what it is we should be doing and where we should be going. Coming out of this, sort of a couple of key results. First, as a collection of countries, we're sort of supportive of the work that's happening under our common agenda. And for sure there has to do, we require those stronger links between kind of the economy, society, and the environment. But ultimately, this requires us to think about a system of systems. There's not going to be one standard which answers everything, but we need to think about how we can kind of bring all of these systems together. And where we need to work on is providing clarity on how the range of statistical standards can be brought together to kind of better draw those linkages. Moving ahead, we are going to propose sort of a research agenda on kind of this new system architecture, and we're thinking of doing this under 4 thematic components. The first is, work on a complete enumeration of the relationship between various indicators that are available today, and try to identify what to use and when it's best to use them. The second area of work is around well-being and thinking about this comprehensive dashboard of core indicators and composite indexes. A third body of work, perhaps more challenging, is one around cohesion and distribution. How do we bring all of these together? And finally, a body of work around sustainability and economic welfare. How do we bring all of this? How do we bring all of this together? Again, in the systems of systems type framework. So this is the body of work that we are proposing to put together, as a network. Within Canada, we're influenced by this as well, and we've been undertaking a range of different activities in order to kind of think about sort of beyond GDP. And I'm going to give you 3 very quick examples. The first is work that we've been doing on distributed household economic accounts, like many other sort of countries around the table. We've been developing quarterly measures of disaggregating household economic accounts, not just on the income dimension, but also on the wealth dimension, which has been invaluable as we've moved through the pandemic and taken a look at so the welfare of different types of households kind of moving through the pandemic. In Statistics Canada, we've developed a quality of life framework. We've developed this in cooperation with central agencies in the federal government. We've developed sort of dashboards that pull together kind of a range of different indicators. But what's key here is that this quality of life framework is not just an indicator framework, but is also a framework by which emerging federal government policies are being sort of evaluated. A final example is work that we're doing. We're undertaking a census of the environment, which is an enumeration of all ecosystems across the Canadian landmass, including their extent, condition, and associated ecosystem goods and services. This will be kind of our elaboration of the SIA ecosystem accounts. But as we develop this, we're purposefully working on geospatial integration of economic and population data that would allow us, at a very small disaggregated kind of geographic level, better understand that interplay between the economy, the society, and the environment. So that's what we're doing as a network, and this is what we're doing as a country as well. But if I can leave you with a few thoughts, when we think about beyond GDP, it's not simply the way we've been viewing it. It's not simply let's take the system of national accounts and figure out how we extend it. But a more systemic kind of rethink on how the SNA as an economic standard interplays with other existing standards in order to tell that comprehensive story. There are various communities that are engaged in different beyond GDP initiatives, and it's important that we find a way of bringing all of this together. Again, thinking in terms of a system of systems type approach. If I can leave maybe a couple more thoughts, it would be that as we think about beyond GDP, as we do this, it's really a team sport, and moving ahead, even from the conceptual basis, will require cooperation, not just between national statistical offices and kind of the political masters, but also international organizations, academia, business, and civil society. And what's key is breaking down those barriers that exist between economic, population, and environmental statistics. And finally, if I can make one last plea, as we work on developing these standards, this system of systems, it's important that we be inclusive in our approach, so that we include a kind of a broad, kind of global perspective. That it's important that we recognize that different regions face kind of different challenges, and we need to make sure that we are inclusive of those if we are going to do a good job. With that, Madam Chair, that is my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Greg, for leading us towards this outlook of work that has been undertaken in the network of economic statistics and how this work has shown the strengths that exist with regards present calculations and the bridges that we needed to establish with other areas. And the work that Statistics Canada has done precisely to show the potential that these bridges can produce with more inclusive indicators. We will continue with this second part of the seminar so that we can now listen to Facundo Alvaredo from the World Inequality Lab of the Paris School of Economics, the Interdisciplinary Institute of Political Economy of the University of Buenos Aires, and the National Scientific and Technical Research Council of Argentina. Facundo Alvaredo will deliver a presentation which is entitled An Agenda for the Reconciliation of Distributional and National Accounts Data. And now then I would like to offer the floor to Facundo Alvaredo. I hope you can hear me, and please confirm that you are seeing my screen. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, I would like to clarify that what I would like to share with you today in this brief presentation is at a personal level. I don't represent an institution or the team in which I work. I would like to show you this issue on the need for an agenda for the reconciliation of distributional and national accounts data for a whole series of reasons that I would like to explain and present to you. Practically everything that we know about the income distribution and consumption in most of the world comes from household surveys. And we know that it's very difficult to obtain information about the income distribution and or income inequality in most countries because many only measure the consumption inequality. And I would like to present here, for example, the situation in all continents and the situation of Latin America. Within the ranking of consumption inequality, we know that Latin America is a region with very high inequality below sub-Saharan Africa, but in some cases comparable to the inequality measured in that region of the world. And we also know that the development of surveys that indeed since 2012 onwards approximately and until 2015 in Latin America, we have seen a tremendous reduction of inequality of both revenues, income and consumption. Here you see the Gini coefficient of all countries in Latin America and of all developing countries between, and you see that the drop in inequality has been very significant in the whole developing world, but even more so, there has been a higher drop in Latin America. Whilst in the developed world in the north, the issue has been the increase of some inequality measurements. Now, Latin America has a very long and rich experience of in the production of statistics, and we can reconstruct series and data for more than 7 decades now. There is data in Latin America that dates back to the 40s and even before that. And we all know, and especially you who work with SNAs, that the production of official statistics is a historic, a long-winded process that involves the dominant doctrine, the construction of a whole series of conventions and data and available data, and that involves governments, statistical offices, research centers, researchers, And at the beginning, and this is something that you are well aware of, at the beginning of the development of SNAs, the producers of national accounts were also specialists in the income distribution. It was, we couldn't conceive the estimation of national income and the GDP without having information about the personal distribution of income. And the link was automatically recognized, and Latin America participated in that tradition in an automatic fashion. All the studies that we have that date back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s that focus on income and consumption inequality in Latin American countries do that within the context of estimating national revenues or the production of matrices of inputs and products or the results of population censuses that, of course, or under the assumption that they cover the whole population and that they capture most of the income. That was the spirit of income and inequality studies at that time. I quote some examples, but I'm not going to go with you. In Argentina, we have the studies undertaken by CONADE and ECLAC. ECLAC played a fundamental role in this development in the 60s. In the studies by Langon, Fisher, and Hoffman in Brazil, in Mexico, in Navarrete, in Chile, it created a probable distribution of income for the 50s, and we can quote practically every single country, and all of them with the structure of estimating national income or national revenues. For some reason, as from the 70s, the link between national accounts and distribution studies broke, and the producers of national accounts went in one direction, and the producers of redistributive statistics went in a different direction with household surveys. Household surveys are always an input for the production of national accounts, but not much more than that. Those that establish national accounts take some of that data and compare it with others, but the relationship between both groups is practically completely lost, and it's very especially so in Latin America. Now, this is led to a positive result, which is the development of the surveys as from the 70s in Latin America enabled continuous, more or less continuous statistics that were comparable over time and between countries. And that is why, for example, today we can produce this graph which, from 1992 onwards, a graph about the evolution of the Gini coefficient that measures inequality and that shows the increase in the 90s and a drop in the decade of the 2000s, as we mentioned beforehand. And we can do this with a fair reliability because we know that these figures are more or less comparable. Now, with the fashion of taxation data and income tax data that emerged in Europe and several other countries, this data from surveys was compromised. It was assumed that the surveys have come under attack throughout the world, and supposedly surveys don't measure those with high income because they have a very high rate of response, and that there is a rate of income tax statements, and therefore these data on income tax was not suddenly not too accurate, and that is fine. That's another source of information. And in Latin America, we have seen an explosion of the availability of this information. I don't want you to be able to read this screen, which contains many, many words, but for a whole set of countries that I list on that screen, we have seen information, be it macro data or tables of income tax revenues in each country, social security, that is sometimes done systematically over the years, and sometimes that responds positively to the needs of a specific researcher. But there's an increasing availability of taxation information and social security records as well. And therefore researchers, let's see, I can show you here the effect of these studies in the case of Brazil. Brazil, as you all know, is a successful case in the reduction of inequality. And there in orange, you can see the drop in the Gini coefficient in Brazil between the mid-90s and the
and up to 2015. The series in orange is what is reported by household surveys about the drop of inequality in Brazil. Now, once we receive taxation information, these researchers have tried to correct this and to determine whether the rich are not present in the surveys and whether we can correct this. There is no final methodology, but let's assume that this is a valid methodology, and the result of correcting those surveys with taxation information is the result of that is represented in green in the case of Brazil. And therefore, in Brazil, that drop in inequality that measured by surveys seems to be completely reverted in the case of Brazil. And they have gone a step beyond, which is to go back to the origins, to the 40s, when we tried to make the distribution data consistent with the national accounts. So if I have a survey, if I correct the survey with taxation information for those with high income, and I measure how much income I need to reach a national level, that was estimated by national accounts and was imposed by those accounts on individuals. I see a whole number of inequalities in terms of the national accounts measured by of the national income measured by national accounts. Now, this seems easy, but you are producers of national accounts, and you clearly understand that there is a tremendous amount of assumptions for these constructions. First of all, income tax is not built in any country to produce statistical information. Income tax information, the purpose of income tax information is to collect taxes. Social security contributions, again, are not designed, or the provision of information is not designed to produce data, but rather to collect social security collections, and the codes vary from country to country. Interests are taxable in some countries, in other countries they are not. The income as a result of benefits are sometimes paid via personal taxes, and in other cases they are paid via corporate tax without individuals declaring that. In other words, there is a tremendous variability, and that means that after 40 years of hard work in order to make surveys in the region compatible and comparable in terms of income and over time and between countries, these corrections, and there are many of them, and I'm not going to quote all of them because we don't have time for that, means that using all this aspect, that comparability breaks down. Of course, there are a lot of studies on the correction of the data of inequality series, but we must be very wary of that because the surveys that supposedly assured this have broken down. Now, in this need to make data consistent
and correct surveys with tax data leaves us far from national revenues. Surveys have captation difficulties, checking them with tax data. Some people can believe that they can improve them or add information, but the distance between aggregate revenue measured by surveys and national accounts is very different. There's no point in looking at all of these graphs. Just one. Choose whatever country you like. The 100 represents the national revenues, 100% of national revenues, accounts. And the other one with the black is the aggregate revenue based on surveys. So the aggregate revenues based on surveys in the whole of Latin America, 40 to 60% in the best of cases of national revenues. National revenues, the comparable definition. And it's not new to know that in the capture of revenues, as you see in the second graph, surveys and tax data capture almost all wages informed by national accounts, because national accounts are based on social security, the estimate of informal data, and so on. But surveys cannot or are unable to capture revenue from capital. And in the third graph, you have a very low percentage of capturing of that type of revenue. And then you have the variability, employment, social benefits, and so much variability in because there's a variability of practices in each country. I don't want to leave you with the idea, the false idea, that is sometimes conveyed, and that the correction of surveys with tax data increases inequality always and in all countries, or makes inequality to be even more marked. If you correct, I don't like the word correct. If you say, if you adjust the surveys with tax data in general, the level of inequality increases. That's more or less obvious. It's not theoretically, it's not the fixed result. It could come down, could reduce inequality, but in general, empirically, the level increases. We don't mind that so much. We already knew that, but the trend that I thought that in Brazil changed, it would seem that the corrected or adjusted surveys have a different trend. It doesn't really change in Argentina, does not change in Chile, not Colombia, and Costa Rica, and Ecuador, no Peru, El Salvador, or Uruguay. Neither Mexico. Mexico and Brazil, perhaps, but we would have to study that further. The surveys have given us a robust vision of the trend in inequality. Not the levels, but yes, the trend. In the upper part of these graphs, I don't have the time to get into the detail, but this shows the Gini coefficient, first of all, of the surveys, and then the surveys corrected for tax data, and then the surveys corrected with tax data plus imputations. That the level of inequality always goes up. The question I would like to put to you and leave you with is whether this is the path to be followed. There is a trend worldwide in the developed world to see the construct of what we call distributive national accounts, which is the same thing that was done in Latin America in the 40s and in almost all countries with national accounts, so that the information on the distribution of income is presented within the perspective of an estimate of the national revenues. But you need a lot of information for that. You cannot do those imputations lightly. And in countries where that have serious deficiencies in terms of information, maybe it is easy to build national accounts in Denmark or Sweden or the USA or wherever, Canada, probably also. But in the countries of Latin America, the discrepancy, as I have shown, between the surveys, tax data, and national accounts is tremendous. So therefore, the power of whoever makes that adjustment is infinite. The assumptions could guide the result. And one fear is that everyone should do this, and then the national accounts, the national account system should also say we're moving ahead with the distribution of national accounts, making the assumption that's 10 years back. Latin America, maybe we're not empirically at that point. And so I would like to leave you with the need an agenda for the construction of sources. We need in Latin America greater detail of household accounts. That I would say it, if you have distributed data, you need a systematic figures on the distribution of income in these national accounts. That some countries don't have it. You need a greater clarity regarding the sources of data used for national accounts and the assumptions and the adjustments that have applied to the base information. With my team and I in particular, we've had a lot of difficulties with those who produce national accounts in some countries. They are interested in the same information as us because that is what exists, but we don't know the assumptions, the rates of growth that they're using for the imputations, and to have make the data compatible with the surveys or to study the reason behind the divergencies. We need that information. And that regarding the national accounts, but we also need the public sector to systematically say the distributed statistics of the assumptions for others. And this is going to happen because it is already happening in some countries faster, in others slower. But this is a path that I believe is irreversible. And also because the governments realized or believe that the data production, these records, tax records, social security is of lower cost than a survey. And the risk is destroying or end up or putting an end with the surveys, and that I believe will be an error. Another thing is to determine working groups that collect those who produce accounts with those who produce and distribute accounts. The offices, central banks, the ministries of data provision. By experience, they contact each other only to transfer the information that they produce. But then on how they use it, each one does it on their own, which is not bad for these other objectives. But you need a study of the reasons for the divergences that we see in the data. We need to explain why surveys and these other data capture half of the data in the national accounts. We can't get the data to match forcefully, and that is my fear. And that would be counterproductive, I believe, that coincidence, because the data come from different sources and they necessarily must be divergent. And so it's necessary to understand the nature of these divergences and the size of the divergences. Another thing is investment in improving the surveys that in Latin America are absolutely necessary. And the surveys were under attack in many developed countries, and they want to replace them with administrative and avoid the temptation of the risk implied by launching practices for imputation for all revenues to coincide with the national accounts. These practices do not go along the line of reconciling these sources, and the difference is so great, and maybe the demand for this is so great that it might be necessary to mention the risk. And lastly, and you know this better than I, we're in diapers in terms of building national accounts on wealth, balance sheets, and the counterpart and the personal distribution of wealth. There's very little. And that is all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you very much, Facundo. It is always so enriching to hear from the users, those of us who are on the other side of the table, and be able to see, one, the trajectory of how the statistical production has evolved, and seeing that pioneering approach in Latin America furthered by ECLAC to put the distributive dimension in the first calculations of Latin American GDP since the 50s. And today, we must be careful in terms of the next steps. And the final list, as Facundo said, is something that we need to review and open up dialogue with our users. I think that that is a core point, because it could be that some of these, the reconciling is already being done, and what is needed is communicating what we're doing. But it should be a fruitful dialogue. And this seminar is an example of that. We now have a few minutes before the break for comments or questions on this. And so I invite you to raise your hand if you would like to take the floor. Peru. Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Facundo for that excellent presentation. And it struck me a couple of aspects. First of all, household surveys, undoubtedly, this is a single source. And when we do household surveys to measure revenues or income, we've always found revenues, tax, administrative records, household surveys, 60%. And the people in the household surveys have said that, first of all, their records show that people want to pay less tax. They don't want to stop receiving their social aid and also the security. And also they say that it is far more difficult to access the homes of the wealthy because they're enclosed in their condos and that's it. And they don't want to let the surveyors in. But national accounts is multi-source, and by being multi-source, is better able to capture the income. And so, but I would like to ask Facundo a question. In my country, I don't know the reality in other countries. In Peru, there are many people who avoid paying income tax and VAT. It's calculated to be at about 30% that do not pay, those formal as well as the informal ones. And so, in this case, this omission in payment of taxes, that could affect the two lines that you drew there, the Gini curves, surveys with taxes. Since these people who do not pay taxes, they would be widening the gap. What is your opinion on that, my dear? Well, of course. That is why I was saying at the start that tax data depends on the fiscal code in each country. The fiscal code determines the type of income and the sort of income that is captured for the tax declaration, income tax, and also you have evasion and delusion. Evasion and avoidance. And in some cases, there are improvements, but you return to the non-comparable data in my country because the taxes, the tax design, it varies. But nothing is perfect. It is highly criticizable, if you like. And so at the moment, we have a coverage which is great, or we could improve the surveys. But yes, but there is one result that I would like to remind you of, and that is that household surveys do not capture the wealthy, does not mean, in conclusion, obvious conclusion, that inequality is undermeasured or underestimated. This is a result that is sort of intuitive. That result is false. Empirically, it does happen. If you add tax data, the level of inequality increases. Another discussion that we should have is, well, what do we care about? The level of inequality or how inequality is evolving, the trends? So with tax data, national accounts, and getting the same trend as informed by the surveys, well, what I really care about is the trend rather and not so much the level. But then it would be unnecessary. But I don't understand that there is a demand in general to have a single data, a single series, and people get a bit nervous when you have competing series or divergent figures of the show changing direction. But I'm one of those who think, not everyone thinks the same, that it's not bad having a series that compete and that do not coincide and that measure different sources. For example, the data of the records shouldn't inform of the same changes in inequality as the other surveys measuring wages. Very well. Now we will continue. We have another person who would like to take the floor, Orlando Campos from ECLA. Go ahead. Thank you.
I would just like to congratulate both Greg and Facundo for your presentations, but thinking about what Anu and Stefan mentioned in terms of how to identify those indicators those 20 indicators or so that countries could all process and have Well, a very good measure, as Facundo says, even if it's not perfect, but it comes close to what I simply dreamt of, is the household survey. The Gini index generated by household surveys in order to establish something that is standardized between countries, enabling us to have that continuity. Now, that does not imply a correction element or seeking additional data, perhaps. If we make these adjustments to the between 2025, we can achieve that. But perhaps in the first instance, a good indicator could be something like that. Well, if you agree, we will now have a very brief break because we're running somewhat late, but we will continue at 4:30 Chilean time so that we can continue with our seminar and link what we have heard here and learn by sharing experiences. We resume at 4:30 then. Thank you.
Estamos de regreso, pero vamos a dar un par de minutos a que regresen los colegas a la sala. Comenzamos en 2 minutos.
We will resume in 2 minutes.
Bienvenidos, empezamos en...
Welcome everyone. We will resume in 1 more minute. I have an announcement to make. Somebody has lost a handbag. If anyone has lost a handbag, it is here on the table. And it has the ID card, so this person will not be able to leave the building. I don't want to open it. Okay, we will begin so as we don't continue to be late. Okay, we found the owner of the purse that was lost. We will begin, resume with the second part of the seminar. And I would like to ask you all to be ready for the next 3 presentations. We would like to resume now with a presentation that will be delivered by Lucia Escuro from the Division of Gender Affairs of ECLAC, and her co-author is Ileana Vacativo from the UN Statistics Division. Both of you, may you both be very welcome to this seminar. And of course, the gender perspective cannot be left aside from this discussion or any other. Welcome, Lucia, and welcome, Ileana. Thank you, Graciela. I greet you on behalf of the Gender Affairs Division, and through you to all the INEGI team with whom we have worked very closely. As mentioned by the president of INEGI, of the Mexican Statistical Office, we will deliver a presentation. I don't know whether Stefan is still there, but we are presenting the very heart of the UN reforms, because this presentation reveals how united the Secretariat is and how Ileana Vacativo, who until a few days ago was a colleague at the Gender Affairs Division, now deals with issues from the Statistics Division of the UN. And therefore, we believe that this export of our colleague to the head office implies that we are certainly looking forward to greater cooperation. As we said, Latin America and the Caribbean already has a long story in terms of political and technical issues related to the importance of having measurements that take into consideration the production of households, the recognition and the measurement of care as such. Along this timeline, we would like to share with you the last 45 years of meetings that the Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean have had, where governments, primarily governments, through the offices and mechanisms to promote women's affairs, have debated and entered into dialogue with specialized entities, such as this forum of the Statistical Conference, about the contribution made by households and primarily by women to the well-being and to the economy as a whole, as we know it today. As from the regional gender agenda, we have challenges in order to make visible everything that is not yet measured in the GDP, but that we know generates and produces both wealth and welfare. Governments have promoted not only the measurement of non-remunerated work, but also a review of the concepts of production, reproduction, wealth, and so on. In this sense, within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, governments defined measurement standards that account for the time allocated to domestic work and care, such as Cautal, and perhaps many of you were present in November 2015 in the middle of the world when we approved at the Statistical Conference Forum the use of time and this methodological guideline that has just come out of, it has just been printed and that emerges from the same intergovernmental working forum. On top of this, or aligned with these political type of agreements at a technical team, we already have 23 countries that measure use of time and 10 countries that have valued the contribution of domestic care and non-remunerated care within national accounts, but also within their own official entities that produce national accounts. I don't want to dwell too much with this preamble, and I would like to offer the floor to Iliana, who will share with us some of the exercises, some of the standardizations and estimations that we have done as a regional effort, accompanying each one of the countries and within the framework of the working group of this intergovernmental forum. Thank you, Iliana. Thank you, Lucia, and good afternoon, everyone. For me, it's a great pleasure to be sharing with you from the other side of the world at present, but following the issues that summoned me when I worked at ECLAC and now at the United Nations. Seems I can't do two things at once. I would like to go back to what both Stefan and Anu presented at the beginning of this meeting. The importance of this has been repeated over and over again by the regional gender agenda, and now this is in, and the General Secretary has also mentioned this in the common agenda. And they have all stated, and I would like to use Stefan's metaphor, in the sense that the idea is not to, we cannot put the blame on the fork, but we cannot throw the soup away. And so the emphasis of this presentation is that we take away the central role played by the GDP for decision-making, in general terms, without disregarding the value that it has for economic type of decision-making, but also bringing some other elements to the table, such as care, planetary sustainability, and so on. In this presentation, I'll focus on care, as has been upheld by the regional gender agenda, as something that is hidden in economies. And in November, this will again be discussed during the regional conference on women, and that is to place care at the very center, the sustainability of life at the very center, and what this means for measurements. So I'll leave you with this message that the idea is not to value what is measured, but rather to measure what is valued. And in this case, to include in measurements the importance of care. And to suggest time as an alternative measurement, and then I would like to discuss some of the characteristics mentioned for the indicators that could supplement the GDP enabling dimensions that go beyond the economic level. And we were also told that it could reflect complexities, but could also be feasible for countries to build it. Time is an equalizing dimension, because all people have 24 hours available during the day, but as occurs with other resources, time also shows inequalities in its distribution and use.
Time has allowed us to analyze the relations between paid and unpaid work, its distribution, and also allows us to identify power relations, access to resources, and well-being. I'd like to begin with something that was mentioned by Graciela in her production, that is the relevance of the 2030 Agenda that represents a compass for countries. There is a major commitment by countries in the region of Latin America as well as worldwide in terms of monitoring SDG 5, basically target by 4, that has to do with recognizing unpaid household work. And for this, we have an indicator on the proportion of time dedicated to household work and unpaid care, and divided by gender and how many countries in the region are calculating this indicator, but also leave you with a proposal in that the information on time use goes beyond the monitoring of SDG 5 and allows us to, for example, understand the connections between various dimensions of poverty
And I will later on show you some data on the vicious circle between real income poverty and time poverty. And the pandemic showed that a lot of health issues is transferred to households. And so we must recognize how people organize their time and how care and healthcare specifically is divided up. And this may contribute to monitoring of SDG 3. And also SDG 4, where we're talking of the quality of education and how, for example, through time use surveys, it has been shown that for many girls and adolescents, care tasks represent an important barrier to their participation in the educational activities. And time use, when you are able to describe how people organize their activities in a day or a week, and also how much time they assign to different activities, gives you information on the time dedicated to carry firewood. And this was in SDG 7, and also the connect between paid and unpaid work. And so therefore, these time use statistics can also improve labor statistics. And to invest in the structure, an innovative structure, including the care infrastructure. This is also important to know this information on how this structure could affect time use and its distribution, and to reduce inequality among people and countries. And so the call is to make the most of the potential of the surveys on time use for sustainable development and use this commitment that countries have shown in monitoring indicator 501 as a starting point in this effort to look for indicators that supplement GDP. We also have this process towards the review of national accounts, and where the group of well-being and sustainability has aimed at the relevance of measuring household and unpaid work in the house. And as Lucia said, this means that there's a lot of work being done in the region, and also this dialogues very well with the global classifier that was adopted by the Statistical Commission. And both classifiers allow the same accounting principles as the system of national account, but make a clear distinction between activities that within or outside production, and also dialogues well with the various resolutions regarding labor and organizing activities in such a way that we may have information on the various forms of work. And so therefore, the information on time use allows us to account for these other activities, non-market activities carried out within households. And so far, there is no monetary transaction involved. And so in this sense, the proposal on using the information on time use may change the way that we measure progress and having innovative ways of assessing public policy. Graciela was inviting us to speak of indicators that are feasible for countries. And then your initial reaction after having major discussions in order to adopt the framework of the new indicators to think of new ones. Well, the good news in terms of time use is there is an important accumulate both in methods and as well as available resources to move ahead towards comparability. Lucia mentioned the recently approved methodological guidelines on the measurement of time use that was devised within the working group of the Statistical Conference of America, led by Mexico, with the results of many countries and the results of discussions and many years of work, not only in the last couple of years in the SCA, but also the annual meetings of experts on time use held in Mexico, and that I announced that the next meeting will be in October, and of course we're all invited. Activity classifiers for the global framework with tables for these for the countries that use this, and that they can transfer their information and get it to dialogue with the global framework. And tell you that within the framework of the work done by the group of experts on
the efficacy of gathering information on time use globally, we are working on updating the guideline to produce information on time use. And the previous version was of 2005, and now we're working to have a more modern version that includes the different forms of capturing time use and ways of modernizing the information and reducing the burden on the respondents and move toward a greater comparability, reducing costs, but at the same time that more countries are able to produce better statistics on time use. And well, I would leave it you there with a few other resources, including the publication mentioned by Lucia and together with another colleague, Camila Baron, who's there today. We've shared these thoughts we accumulate in Latin America in terms of working on time use and providing information that may supplement what we have. As Lucia was saying, 23 countries in Latin America have at least one projection of time use, and globally, 92 countries have indicator 541. At least 19% of these countries have more than one measurement. In addition to having measured it once, they're all monitoring this over time, and so this too is a good news. And then very quickly, what does the data say? We can see, for example, that with the indicator on monitoring 541, the proportion of work dedicated to household work and unpaid work by gender, the lilac bars show the proportion of daily time that women assign to household work and unpaid work, and the green is the time assigned by men to the same type of work. And then we can see the gender differences in this sense, but also how this information may account for the barriers that women face in terms of assigning their work to other activities that may lead to greater income. As I was saying, the connection between monetary poverty and time poverty can be seen clearly if we break down the same information of unpaid work by income quintiles, and all countries have this information, at least 18 in the region of Latin America. And here you have some screens to save time, but it is viable that countries may, in their time use surveys, have more information on the time use of people and show how the first quintiles have a double load in terms of the time having to dedicate to paid work. And then the unpaid work time indicator, you add the time dedicated to paid work. Here we can see how in general, over time, countries may have used different methodologies for this, but the trend is the same. And clearly, women assign 2/3 of their day or their week to unpaid work and 1/3 to paid work. And for men, the situation is the opposite. So representing greater work burdens for women than for men. And also I wanted to show you another exercise on how this information is broken down by age. It's in the age where there's a greatest productive and reproductive demand for women. It's greater in women, the unpaid work, but for men, it is curious throughout the reproductive period. It remains very stable. However, after they retire from the working world, they take a greater share of the work. Now, what does this mean in economic terms? As Lucia was saying, 10 countries in the region have done some exercise in this regard, and the percentage of the work not accounted in the GDP represents about 15 and 27, 28%. And for this, countries have used the time use surveys for these calculations, in addition to other sources of information.
And so, once again, we see that it is feasible to get the system of national accounts to dialogue with information provided by the surveys on time. And then thinking of how to move ahead, that we need, I would say, to move ahead with this framework of indicators, with these reflections on how to move beyond GDP, we must be creative in terms of using the existing sources of information and to integrate these instruments that are traditionally being used to measure the social, economic, and environmental dimensions of development. But we see how through the survey of time use, it is viable to integrate these other dimensions. And when we're speaking of the sustainability of life, we were also referring to the sustainability of living in together, and by not leaving anyone behind, this means availability of having statistical indicators, not only discriminated by gender, but also other variables such as the socioeconomic condition, racial background, and so on, among others. There was the previous speakers also mentioned the relevance of seeing how these indicators evolve over time and the impact of the decisions made now on future generations. It's necessary to improve the frequency of these measurements, and so time use statistics should become part of the official statistics with an assigned budget, and of course improving the quality and availability of information. It is also important to strengthen partnerships between producers and users, but I would also say alliances among different communities. Today, this is an example of how different communities can sit down to talk. Labor statisticians, the gender statisticians, those that work with time use, national accounts, and how we can all sit down and find common solutions. Understanding that all of these situations and how people invest their time have a spatial component, and so therefore to think of breaking down the information at local and regional in regional terms to have a more focused public policy, and maybe later on we can also link this to GIS, and also we need to strengthen capacities of those who produce information. So, and the idea is to move towards instruments that allow us to have comparable indicators, and that this may be done regularly, but also the capacity of those who use information to know that all of this statistical information is being collected by at least 23 countries in the region that have information that can already be used for decision making and having informed public policies. And so with these ideas, I return the microphone to you. Thank you.
Liliana y Lucía.
Thank you, Liliana and Lucia. We have seen here how we already have assets from where to make progress based on these results of metrics, methodologies, the way in which the map of Latin America shows important progress when it comes to international comparisons. And I believe that in your last slide, there is already a pathway for work in going in different directions, but they all point towards supplementary efforts towards a perspective that takes not only care, but a whole series of issues with a gender perspective. We will continue with our seminar from a different perspective. Arturo Flores from the National Polytechnic Institute of Mexico. He will present beyond the GDP, the contribution of environmental indicators, which is another issue that must form part of these reflections in terms of how to incorporate new perspectives to this measurement. Welcome, Arturo, and you have the floor. Thank you. I thank ECLAC for the invitation. Thank you, Doctor, for the introduction. I would like to share my screen. Yes, we can see your screen. As mentioned, we will talk a little bit about environmental indicators and the contents of the presentation. Well, I'll focus on the last 2 points, the indicators and the role of statistical offices, despite the fact that I will also refer to the key issue, because and why did in terms of why the GDP is not sufficient for development. But my colleagues have already mentioned also talked at length about alternatives. I would like to say that GDP and any measurement of welfare is always related. Countries that have a low GDP normally have a welfare measurements that are relatively low, and those that have a high GDP normally have a relatively high welfare measurements. But the idea is not to establish that correlation, to see how it exists. If we had a relation such as the one that we can see on the left-hand side of the graph, well, the indicator could work fairly well, such as the one that we have here. But if we have relations that are very varied, such as the ones you can see on the right-hand side, obviously we can't say that that is a good indicator in order to monitor the welfare of countries. And what data shows is that indeed there is enormous variation between in the relationship between the GDP and welfare. This relationship is not linear in nature. In many cases, it doesn't even exist, or at least we haven't found it. And many of my colleagues have mentioned this. The GDP is an insufficient indicator, and the idea is not to throw away the fork, but nor can we throw away the soup, as mentioned already. But we need to know how long are we going to continue to use the fork before we actually find ourselves a spoon, so that we can have an adequate measurement of welfare. And some proposals have already been mentioned. We need to modify the GDP, include certain environmental or social indicators, and this normally gives us very good results. To also propose indicators not based on the GDP for welfare or sustainability measurements, and the index of human development or the ecological footprint, with relatively good results when this has been done, some better known than others. And the third alternative, which is the one that has summoned us, that we have been summoned to discuss, has to do with proposing supplementary indicators to the GDP. And there are some already exist, such as environmental economic accounts. The index that is published is the index of environmental performance and so on. But this is basically our proposal, and this is what I would like to focus on in terms of how we are able to have indicators that envisage or include the environmental part. Often when one thinks of indicators, one would think that it's just a question of selecting some of the indicators that are also already available. And I believe that that is an approach that we should not adhere to. We would have to, first of all, be very clear on what we want, a conceptual framework, and based on that, work on a possible list of indicators. And perhaps our framework should be around 2 issues that have been discussed here. The definition of sustainability, first of all, because it says what we want to measure in sustainability terms has to do with 2 things. First of all, we need to measure the resources, the characteristics of the environment at present, but also what they will look like in the future and how these characteristics or this status can impact their development. And therefore, the set of indicators that we should have should envisage both aspects, and not only a specific snapshot, but a perspective of where these environmental components are heading in, to determine whether at least we are heading in the right direction when it comes to sustainability. Perhaps it would be a little bit adventurous to talk about my concrete indicator proposals, but I could perhaps mention a good approach to have this conceptual framework. And I would like to say that this set of indicators should have less would have to envisage these three components. One, natural resources, both in terms of quantity and quality, in the sense, and something which is very important, and that has to do with consumption. In other words, how far we are consuming an environmental resource based on the regeneration rates of those natural resources. And in terms of natural resources, you can mention any that you can imagine: water, forests, whatever. The other important component would have to do with services provided by the environment, by ecosystems, but not necessarily consumed, but have a fundamental importance in economic terms, in productive terms, and so on. I'm talking, for example, of pollination, which is required in order to produce many of the food, pest control, the formation of soil, climate regulation, and so on. And the third component I have called habitability, which has two levels that we cannot confuse. One has to do with a very local perception or local scale, and another one which is global. Here I am saying that we should have measurements of how healthy our environment is. We could be talking, for example, in those terms, in terms of quality of air, how safe our environment is. What risk do we run of running out of heritage or of resources as a result of extreme hydrometeorological events, for example, but also some others such as free time, culture, and so on. And this would be perceived locally, but we must acknowledge that we must also think in global terms, and therefore we would have to have measurements in this set of indicators that account for what I would call global environmental change. And we're not only talking about climate change, but also the acidification of oceans and the elimination of fauna and so on. It is not strange. And I was thinking now that what I'm saying is based on and is very similar to what has conceptually been described by the Millennium Ecosystem Assessments in the relationship between ecosystems and human development. And therefore, we wouldn't start from scratch, but we would already have a conceptual part and very important information that provides us with the possibility of making faster progress. Now, once we have a possible conceptual framework or any other, what is very important is that the final list of indicators has to include why we want them. It is not the same to build indicators if they are for a society and where we need less information than if we want that in order to make decisions or for comparability purposes at an international level between international agencies. That is very important because this was mentioned by Greg. Perhaps we don't need a system or a set of indicators, but rather different sets of indicators that cater for the need of this information that is required by different users. If this the main objective is international comparison, perhaps we would have to have a more reduced number of indicators that could be standardized, comparable, and that we could make around which we could make global calculations. But if we also wanted these indicators to have a more local, regional repercussion, well, they would have to be modified, and we would have to have another set that makes more sense for those specific conditions of each country or of each region. Our colleagues from the Caribbean islands may say, well, clearly the vulnerabilities and the important resources for these island states may be very different to the ones that Mexico could have, for example, and therefore we could expect that the set of indicators that they have reflect those characteristics and not that we are suggesting indicators that would make no sense to them. And the same thing could happen, for example, in the meetings of the UN system on UNEP. Well, people could say in Europe, some people could say, well, we must measure forests, but people in Uruguay could say, well, forests are not too important for us. What is far more important for us is pasture land, and therefore we must have an approach, perhaps, which is much more flexible. What we want basically is for indicators to be truly useful for the different users. Allow me to explain this slide. This is what we use in order to create a national system of indicators. This is what we use in Mexico, and I think it might be useful in this discussion or reflection on how to build indicators for this initiative. In our scheme, what we had when we built our system was a whole set of more than 100 indicators, which we called Mexico's environmental performance, but they were produced basically to be based to develop national reports on the environment. But clearly, more than 100 indicators is a very inefficient way of communicating this to decision makers or to society in terms of the information that they were conveying, and therefore we had to have other easier, simpler indicators that are more easy to communicate. 8 indicators, and the idea is for this information to be useful for users. In that sense, I believe that the proposal that could be developed within this framework of a new set of indicators could be this one, where we have a whole set or several sets of supplementary indicators to the GDP. But in addition, we shouldn't cast aside the possibility of create an index that would enable us to more easily communicate in a more simplified manner, but in an easier manner to society how we are faring if we want to awaken some type of reaction. An index, for example, that could substitute the one that is used the most at present, such as the ecological footprint, for example. And something else that we consider because of our experience in Mexico is that a set of indicators that is not associated to information systems is not really very feasible. It's very difficult to update it and will not evolve. And therefore, we must think simultaneously on a set of indicators as information systems, both statistical and geographic, that could maintain this set of indicators and is permanently updated. And I believe, and I am very pleased that in this part I coincide with Greg in the sense that ecosystem accounts may be a good framework, starting framework in order to establish the information system and thus obtain the indicators from the different sets that are decided on.
Yeah. And also, the environmental accounts and ecosystems have several advantages in that their conceptual use is very sound. There's a direct relation between the ecosystems and well-being, which is what we're pursuing, and that is spatially explicit and which could allow us to not hide in spatial inequalities, regional ones, and also analyze scales. And so this could be a very useful counterpart to Annex. And then the last two frames that I believe, what could be the role of the National Statistics Office's role in constructing these indicators? This is a giant challenge for the statistical offices or anyone to take this on, that is constructing the indicators, because it requires, on the one hand, having more and better information and also ensuring the quality and continuity of the information. And I would add the reliability of the information, which has also been mentioned in one of the previous presentations. If you ask me whether I believe that the national statistical offices may do this alone with the project, I would say no, on account of several reasons, but perhaps one of these, in this case, I can tell you about my experience with the INEGI, is that the national statistical offices do not have sufficient specialized staff with environmental matters. And so a lot of the conceptual part that we are discussing for the interpretation of the indicators, maybe they do not have what is needed and will require support or interaction with other entities. And a lot of what is needed to construct these indicators answers a different rationale than what the statistical offices have used in the past. There are different ways of creating this, and maybe they do not have the infrastructure for that.
And so I believe that the national statistical offices should be transformed or extend their role of being the generators of information, because this is something they've been doing very well. But in addition to, they should also become coordinators with or participate in networks, as was mentioned a moment ago, with other institutions that could be of the government or even academic or research centers that would allow the information to be generated with the required quality to feed into these indicators. And not only that they take part, but they should promote this, because the interest is to create information, and coming from a research centers could be a difference to what is needed for these indicators. And so what we need is to promote and somehow interact with these institutions in order to generate the information. If this were not sufficient, there are another three things that I believe that these statistical offices must do. They must guarantee the quality of information, because reliability is very relevant and they have a lot of experience in this. And so I believe that they should put their expertise to ensure the reliability of the information, the transparency, that it is well documented. I'm referring to metadata, and that they have the infrastructure to present the information, store it, and manage it. Not all offices have the infrastructure to manage this type of information. And perhaps something that I've not included here, but is also very relevant, and that is that surely in other countries of the region, this happens, not just in Mexico, and that you have changes in administration. And so often you lose the continuity of the information. And so the fact that the statistical offices should retain and continue with these projects, they need to ensure the continuity of the information over time. And I believe that that is it. So thank you very much for your attention. That was a double applause because we owe it to Diana and Lucia. That is why it was, we forgot to applaud them. I think that's what she meant. And Arturo, now, thank you very much for the presentation. This interaction specifically between the generators of information outside the national statistical offices and the coordinating role and the driving role of these environmental statistics, and how to make them viable. And not only the information generated, so that our measures of well-being include this dimension, the environmental dimension. And so now we continue, and as they say in English, last but not least, we have Rolando Ocampo from the ECLAC Statistical Division, and who promoted the organization of this seminar, and that truly has been a very complete and integral journey with the various nuances of the theme. And so we, on behalf of everyone who have heard these presentations, say that truly this has been brought together by the formulators of the frameworks at global level, the national statistical offices, the users, and these new dimensions. And so I now hand over to Rolando. Thank you. Thank you, Graciela. Before beginning, and while my presentation is put up, I would like to mention that today we were working on a seminar with the countries of the Caribbean precisely regarding connection to environmental matters. And the idea, together with Paris 21, and the idea was to bring to the statistical offices and the ministries of the environment And so together, to communicate between the two, to generate all that information that should serve this process. I will present what we have been doing here at ECLAC to support and build some of the elements, as Anu said, Osantola and Stefan. We took part in the project very directly because the previous executive secretary, Elisa Bárcena, was involved in the process together with the UN Statistical Division working on this document. And so we had to do the technical implementation in the process. Javier Mancero and myself were working on this process. And so what I would like is to show you what it is that we are doing here at the Statistical Division, and with all of the information that ECLAC is producing. The content. Themes that have to do with national accounts and economic statistics, ecosystem accounts, synthetic indicators that supplement GDP, and beyond the averages, how to do a territorial breakdown and include geospatial information that was already mentioned here, how to see issues related to the subnational GDP, and of course, the desegregation using the SAE and our next steps. In terms of the national accounts and economic statistics, I would like to say that we have been working and taking part in the national account group of experts. And we've worked on the process, the 6 sprints that were mentioned by Greg in his presentation. We were members of this group. We actively took part in the process, and we have been working with a view to the change in national accounts towards 2025. And in fact, we're in the process of having our annual meeting on national accounts in October, and we will pick up on many of these themes. What we want to include at this seminar on national accounts are the individual consumption and classification, distributional exercise, the household account, the matrix of social accounting with a distributory approach, care economy, satellite accounts, supplementary indicators, and measuring the informal economy. And that this is irrelevant has already been mentioned in this process. Satellite accounts. Also supporting the implementation in some cases with these satellite accounts and our regional advisors in some countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. One thing that we have created and is already available for all divisions of ECLAC, and that it is already on our website, is a compendium of matrices of different utilization accounts and others, and we have input, output. We have information on 18 countries in Latin America, available since 1988 through 2019. And for the matrices, input output, we have these for 13 countries in Latin America and 1 in the Caribbean. For the supply and utilization, we have information for 3 countries in the Caribbean. All of this is already conceived, the information is public, it is there, it is in local currency, and we're working on it also for all of this to be put into a common currency, the US dollar. But it is all information already available and will be updated year on year, and that is already available on the ECLAC stat website. Now, these different lines, what can they serve? Well, changes in foreign trade structures, the rise in the price of fuels, analyzing the external shocks, we show the pandemics, and changes in the participation of services and possible losses of physical capital on account of natural disasters. All of this information is available, and we were able to compile it. It is your information from the countries. The only thing we did was to include it in a single repository so that it may be available and used for research, but also for the process of the sort of work that we're doing. Another exercise that we're doing and that we had talked about at the previous statistical conference is the database on economic surveys. This was an objective that we had considered 3 years back. The idea was to have a database on industrial surveys that would allow us to generate elements. We have information from 9 countries. We're about to include another 2 countries. But with this, we can already break down like the structure of intermediate consumption structures and to see how many people are employed in the manufacturing industry, in food products, and people working in producing food, goods. And so we have information in our database and that we can share it with the countries. And so for those of you who are not taking part, we would like to have your information there. This will allow us to estimate gas emissions, energy through energy consumption, wage gaps through wages by sex and economic activity, indicators of industrial competitiveness that is inclusive and sustainable, estimating green investment through investment in capital in industries classified as sustainable in environmental terms. So this is all very important. And in fact, it is already being used and will be presented some exercises on this in the document for the period of sessions to be held in October in Argentina.
In terms of ecosystemic accounts, what are we working on? Well, what have we done to date is to accompany the progress of environmental accounts of Latin American and Caribbean countries. As mentioned, we held an event involving 11 countries, a face-to-face event from 11 countries from the Caribbean, and another 2 were present virtually on environmental statistics. And from there, during May, we also held a seminar on ecosystem accounts for Latin American countries, and we have an online course on the accountability of ecosystems. With this element, we were able to establish a course on the accountability, and we have this since May 2022. We are supporting countries to improve their processes related to production, compilation, integration, and publication of environmental statistics and indicators, and we're articulating national strategies for the integration of geospatial and statistical information. So through some funds and projects, we are creating geoportals in statistical offices. In terms of synthetic indicators that supplement GDP, well, in the forum of the country forum in 2021, Grenada, a Caribbean country, asked ECLAC to create a vulnerability index incorporating elements, climate change elements, and therefore we started to work on that. We developed a multidimensional index of vulnerability, incorporating elements related to climate change and natural disasters, and for countries that are very exposed to these types of events, and especially SIDS.
and we now have those indicators to illustrate the vulnerabilities that they face. A hurricane could, for example, destroy half the island, and that is not measured by the GDP. And this process has not been incorporated to that, and therefore we generated a new index that will be proposed during the Caribbean meeting that will be held in October in Suriname, where, well, we have incorporated 12 indicators. Many are related and come from well, we have included some additional indicators, but we have also incorporated variables of environmental indices in order to generate this exposure. Now, what is it that we get from this process, incorporating this part of vulnerability as a result of natural disasters, hurricanes, volcanic activities, all the things that small insular developing states are subject to? Well, 26 out of the 38 SIDS at a global level face high or very high vulnerabilities.
Y el Caribe, la mayoría de los países SIDS enfrentan.
In Latin America and the Caribbean, most of the SIDS countries face high or very high vulnerabilities. And in this graph, you can see the second graph, which illustrates how we have high and very high 13 SIDS countries that face these types of vulnerabilities. Now, it resolves an issue for SIDS, but middle-income countries have a process that they're working with together with Colombia. But we will still have to identify which variables would be relevant and work on that. A further element that we're working on, as for MECLAC, is an index of multiple privations. We wanted to establish an index for multidimensional poverty, and we tried to work on this with the household database that we have in Badeo, but we faced certain difficulties in order to standardize the variables that we had. And therefore, what we did was to find an indicator capable of providing us with an element that could be comparable at a regional level and also supplementary to the measurement of poverty based on income. And we call that the multiple deprivation index, which is an index that has been defined at the level of the individual and not of the household. And therefore it incorporates all the concerns that the Gender Affairs Division was putting forward in that sense. The indicators and thresholds that are relevant for each age group. And our idea is to deliver a presentation at the beginning of next year. We're already very close to establishing those agreements, because this involves collaborative work between the different divisions of ECLAC, and we're working jointly in order to enter into agreements during this process. So we have dimensions such as household and services, with variables that are health, education, and employment and pensions. We weight each one of these aspects by 25%, and then we break this down, equal breakdown for each one within each one of these indicators and dimensions. In terms of territorial breakdown and geospatial information, well, because of geographic location, these are all elements that have to be taken into consideration within this process. And this was already commented both by Stefan, Anu, and Greg. And they refer to how we can incorporate this part of the breakdown. We have here two platforms, the 2019 COVID Observatory that was created in order to monitor the pandemic. And we find here the percentages for vaccination campaigns, and on the other hand, the project that is underway at a regional level with northern Central America and the southwest of Mexico, the comprehensive development plan, where we can identify how many projects are underway in each one of the countries, with involving all agencies and programs, and what are the factors and so on. All these elements are important to have. And also geographic information systems are powerful tools to identify and benefit from the lack of symmetries observed in the territory. The platforms that we're developing at present in ECLAC integrate statistical and also geographical databases. We must remember that we are acting as repositories of all the information that Geosur had, all the information about geographic layers, roads, highways, bridges, all the information on power plants, and the geographic layers that are present in this database, which is called Cepalestac. And with the group of experts of UNEG Americas who are supporting us so that we can incorporate most of this information. And likewise, a breakdown or a disaggregation at the third level with information from CELADE of all housing and population censuses that we have. Cepalstat enables access and the viewing of disaggregated data through its geoportal, integrating geographic layers to enhance and to work at different levels. In terms of subnational GDPs, we're working with subnational accounts. This is an example with DANE and CELADE. That is a source, and we're working on this, and we already have a disaggregation. We will present a greater disaggregation during the period of sessions with what we're working on. Now, what is the possible work that we want to incorporate within the database of the subnational GDP? Well, what could it be useful for? Well, for the evaluation of mean productivity per sector, supply sector and region, the analysis of productive structures per region, the calculation of aggregate value per region, and a whole series of other elements that would enable us to conduct this regional disaggregation. And likewise, with small areas, estimation of small areas. We have already worked with Peru to disaggregate information on poverty in small areas. So with the information of household and population surveys, we have disaggregated information for all and each one of the countries at the second level. In other words, at the level of a province or state, in the case of Mexico, or community. We have done this with the information of household surveys and census data in order to establish this disaggregation. And with countries that have updated censuses, we can go down to the level of municipalities with standardized data by ECLAC data. This is not the data presented by each country. For example, Mexico already submitted its poverty tables at a municipal level, but with our databases, we have an exercise which is standardized for each country.
Como región más para ir allá, hacia allá.
Bueno, so what is it that we can do as a region to go beyond GDP? We'll benefit from South cooperation, for example. What we learned from the pilot programs of ecosystemic accounts in the pilot program that was conducted with 5 countries in the world, out of which 2 were from Latin America and the Caribbean, Mexico and Brazil. It also involved China, India, and South Africa. Those were the other 3, to identify information that enables us to conduct innovating measurements supplementary to the GDP, such as the economy of care, circular economy, non-remunerated work, gender and social inequalities, and the blue economy. Most of those elements, we already have most of those elements in our household surveys, and we can very easily work on that. And that can be an element, a contribution by the region to this global proposal to improve the capacities of the region to benefit from geospatial information, observations of the Earth, and other sources of non-traditional sources of information, and to advance in the adoption of the recommendations of the system of national accounts and the system of economic and environmental accounts. So without this is what we're working on, this is what we're doing, and that is how we are advancing within ECLAC together with all our colleagues here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rolando.
Thank you, Rolando. This shows a mosaic of statistical activities that supplement the GDP. And I would say that what is being done by the division is to go beyond the GDP, but also beyond many other statistics where which not only contribute towards improving these GDP measurements, but also make a contribution to many other dimensions. And we must look at this as from the regional perspective. That also provides us with a different dimension that we cannot forget, and we cannot forget about comparability. That will always be valuable for us. We now have time for questions in this last block, and in general terms for everything that has been discussed during the seminar. So I invite you to ask for the floor. Colombia, please. Thank you. I would like to make two comments and perhaps a question about what Rolando mentioned. As from Colombia, we feel it's very important to highlight how, through the actions of the Secretariat and now with the chair of Argentina, we as a regional statistical community have been able to identify certain issues that are ever present in the statistical development agenda. In the past biennium, we talked about development in transition, which was this trap of environmental development, and therefore I feel it's great to find agendas that run in parallel now under the figure of beyond the GDP. That always means that we have a voice as a region in global discussions. And secondly, I also feel that what is very interesting in the presentation delivered by Arturo, when we looked at the roles played by, well, basically the discussion that we have all held associated to the issue of stewardship, data stewardship. And as Colombia, we feel it would be very important to have that vision of external parties. I believe that with our colleagues from Argentina, we'll be very happy for Arturo to accompany us in tomorrow's session to listen to those reflections and how we understand those roles.
And another point that was in one of Rolando's phrase, the invitation to take part in the exercise put forward regarding measuring and how we're going to measure South-South cooperation. We believe it is necessary to make visible the contribution that this mechanism has in implementing development agendas. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, our chairman. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. I merely wanted to call something that we already know. It's always good to highlight it once again. We're all moving ahead in a certain extent with this agenda, which is, as Rolando has said, that the entire region is making a great effort in this sense, and that the aid and help by ECLAC is essential. One of the things that I'm not going to say it keeps me up at night, but it is of interest. And this has to do with environmental statistics. And this specifically has to do with where do we get the information from and the quality of the information. Well, as I say, I'm not saying anything that we don't know already, but often we don't have, and we're talking about this during the break, we often don't have expertise in measuring the environmental data. And on the other hand, the offices that do have the expertise do not have the statistical stringency in terms of the methodologies and so on. So it's an effort and a challenge. And how do we integrate other agencies in obtaining information, because we do need these environmental statistics. In other countries, of course, this is is well ahead, and I think that in this region we still need to move forwards with this. And I did not want to let this opportunity go by, because to put this into practice, we need to focus on this topic specifically. Thank you. I would like to add something that I also saw in Rolando's presentation, and that has to do because it appears there as the blue economy, when in fact I think that we should think on measuring I'm sorry, I think she said the South economy, not the blue economy. The South, how can we measure the economy? And so in Mexico, it seems that we're just starting to discuss this, the oceanic accounting. But also, this could be linked to a certain extent with the ecosystemic accounts and give continuity to the work that we've already begun. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else would like to take the floor, Rolando? Yes, thank you. I believe that I would refer to environmental statistics and then comment, because it's good that you have commented on UNTAD and South-South, because I know already who's going to take part in that cooperation. Monica, please, write Colombia down on that part. Yes. Talking about the blue economy, it's through their mouth that fish are caught. But in terms of environmental statistics, this is something that we're seeking to move forwards at ECLAC. In fact, the area of environmental statistics was born as such a short time ago within the statistical division. Kirigan was the pioneer in this process and was driving it forward for many years. And now it's up to Georgina. And the idea is, and as I said, this link, statistical offices, of course, do not necessarily need to have experts in environmental statistics, but yes, have that connection with the ministry and environmental offices in the country. For example, something that we saw this morning was in the meeting with Suriname, the workshop, because they were able to put together the process. And this is something to be done by the statistical offices. Because sometimes statistical offices focus on household surveys, economic surveys, and some measure national accounts, and then they go to time use surveys, but don't get into the environmental statistics. And this is something that, well, now with these innovations and non-renewable resources, all of these processes are beginning. And this is an area that we must begin to create and give it the relevance that they deserve. They must be brought to life within the national statistical system. As Arturo Flores said in this process, we need to be able to coexist together on this road to generating all of this information that is then needed for the SDGs that before were of the millennium, but that now also require even the national account for the process. And what you were saying regarding the economy, the blue economy, yes, I agree, Graciela, this is something that needs to be included in the ecosystem accounts, which is the next process, and how to incorporate all of these elements of national accounts and how to include the ecosystem accounts, to include environmental issues or themes, seen not only from the economic viewpoint, but from the environmental viewpoint. Extension accounts, how they are important, and of course, the ocean is essential. the Human Settlements Division, Jose Luis Samaniego and his team, they are working a lot on this. Also, biodiversity, financial accounts, to include all of this process in the sense of what we are working on. So, as I said, this is work, joint work, that we are doing with the different divisions, natural resources, we work with SELADE, sustainable development. Well, the idea is to go incorporating all of these elements in order to produce information that may be useful to countries. I see no further requests for the floor, and so I would merely like to say that it has been a stimulating meeting with a brilliant presentation, with panoramic views, and that leaves us with a long list of work and challenges ahead, but also offers a lighthouse to guide our work. The purpose that we had announced for the seminar has been met, of encouraging this dialogue between the statistical offices and also other users and other information producers. So having ended the presentations, heard the comments and questions, I merely would like to thank everyone who had this idea to supplement the 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas and this seminar that will surely mark our work in coming years. Thank you very much and good evening, everyone.